Going live. Oh, going. I am live now. Live now. Error. Open widget. Screen status is poor. Maybe if I... The internet is such a lottery, I swear to God. That internet is such a lottery. Lottery ticket. I should get better with time, I believe. I believe it won't be bad connection forever. Lucy has it. That's where it's actually. Hades 2. Man, why is the internet so bad right now? YouTube is not with no data. Oh gosh, forever. Oh my god. Yeah, today's was planning to put on a good show, but if poor. Oh my god. Oh holy crap. Uh, that's not good. Whatever's happening, it's not good. Still another siren. No. Kharkiv is though, as always. Right, let's start FF Tactics. I'm a little bit disappointed with the internet, but whatever. Oh, okay. Yeah, the screen is supposed to be black. Oh, that's an old message. Well, the screen is supposed to be black for now. Oh boy. Might as well just play a game. I'm not gonna do segments like this. Like, it's impossible. It's impossible to do segments like this. messages. Oh, thank you for the $10. Lucy is giggler and will giggle for her. Thank you. Thank you for giggling for me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate the giggling. I would also... Oh my god. When will you be done with this game? When I finish. Also, I want to 100% it. What's wrong with this game? Conrad, of all people, I thought you liked Final Fantasy, actually. I'm actually pretty far in the game. So the answer is I could be done with it very soon. Do I have anything worth stealing? No. 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 Oh no.
Are you truly the father I've...
Now I remember. I have to restart this crap. I cannot afford my super rare armor that I spent billion hours stealing to be just destroyed in this fight. That's not happening. I'm gonna equip anything else, but... No, whatever. There you go.
To arms then.
Of course.
Very well.
Just try and stop me.
It's time.
I fear I remain so even.
Yay! We love reading books. Hold on. Wrong thing. We love reading books. Oh, air siren?
Then we have all we need.
Yeah,
Sir,
correctly.
I find myself loath.
Will we
to
be bombed
pry
today or no?
towards, but he make restitution for all
There
the
we
trouble
go.
he has caused.
Keep is in danger again.
I should have known. But I warn you, this will not go as you imagine.
Am I getting bombed today?
Defy me, It'll Herald.
Are you truly?
Wait, hold on. I have to restart. I have to check something. He's not wearing anything. Very weirdly enough. I am your daddy.
You care only for the scriptures now. What of the stones?
You demand your sister's return for them, but as things stand, she is of greater value to us.
Greater value? What use could you have for her still? Why keep my sister alive, when you took no pause in disposing of your own son?
Our affairs are not for you to know. As long as we have your sister, you may keep your handful of stones.
I must concentrate.
It's true. I do must concentrate. Whoa.
With purpose.
Goodbye.
Confound it. How can the boy be so strong? Whence springs his might? Could it be he is protected by the Orosite and blessed with the opposing force of light? If so, he will not be easily overcome. We must serve our vengeance another time.
Again they flee! The cowards!
Ramses, the hero of light. Oh, one more fight. Okay. Ding dong dong. Po po pepi po po po.
As you command.
To battle.
To battle.
Very well.
My turn, is it?
Yep.
To battle!
To battle.
Would that I could bid you farewell here, but I suspect you'd not part ways so easily. I suppose you must be returned to the father after all. My thralls will delight to guide you to his keeping. I shall let this one be your foeman as well.
Zalbog!
Once he was your brother, but he is reborn unto us now. You're a heretic already. Why not a kinslayer too?
Oh boy.
What have they done to you, brother?
Zalbag, deliver me the head of that young man before you. He must not leave this cathedral alive.
Good. Funny good. Zalbag. Douchebag. Poor Zalbag.
Lord Brother, it is I! Do you not know your own blood?
Ramza, is that you? Where is this place? It's so dark. I cannot see.
You're a zombie now. You're a zombie boy.
What am I doing? Do I stand? Sit?
You are being controlled by Lord Folmarv, by a Lucavi.
Am I fighting you? Why? Why would I do such a thing? I have no sensation. It's as though I have no limbs. Flee, Ramza. Flee. I have no wish to kill you, but I fear I might.
Lord Brother!
It's okay, you're not strong enough to kill me. So fine. Oh. I don't really have anything good. Do we kill this one first? Divine Ruination.
My path is clear.
Jeez.
Where am I needed?
Ramza, can you hear me? I beg you. Kill me!
I cannot do such an awful thing.
The pain! It's unbearable! I cannot feel my arms or my legs and yet somehow they burn! And my memories, they fade into the darkness. I'm afraid, Ramza, as I've never been before.
Do not give in. There must be a way for you to overcome this. We will find it. Please, do not abandon hope.
Hope abandons me. There is naught left but agony. Whispers in my ear. From everywhere and nowhere. They bid me join them. Weisstock, is that you? But who are the others? Oh, God! End it! Please! Grant
Grant me swift mercy! I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. Damn you, Volmov!
Forgive us, Ramza. We have... Of course you pain. You must keep Alma safe. The two of you must live on. Where once all was darkness, light has returned. Farewell, my brother. And thank you.
Zalbog.
He was also a douche.
Someone, please.
Gods have mercy.
Please! They must be stopped.
Your Holiness, hold on.
The Necrohall. To the Necrohall.
The Necrohall? Is that where Volmov is headed? But where is it?
Beneath Orban. You must stop them.
Your Holiness. To Orban Monastery, then.
Yeah, we're basically about to finish the game. Actually.
Looking for Orton. Who needs outfitting? All that pipe.
Pretty cool, huh?
As you command.
Let's see the internet state actually. Oh, excellent connection now. Okay. So it should be okay now.
I am ready.
My turn, is it?
Yeah.
'Tis time.
To battle.
I'm so ready for this, to beat the game. Hello, knaves. Oh shit.
Keep watch here. I will press on with Lord Volmov.
As you command.
Monsieur.
They've slain all the guards. What secrets lie among these tomes that demand such carnage? but the speculation must keep. First, we deal with the enemy.
Hello, Emily. Yes. How are you? How do you do, fellow giggler? Do they have anything to steal? Yoichi bow. Nothing. Nothing. No. Rune blade. Might as well slaughter them all. Here we go. Someone got hit. It slops. Jesus.
Where am I needed?
I fear nothing.
Want me to beat this game? I will beat this game. More than ever. What the? Oh no, that skill. Oh god. Divine Ruination it is.
The next move is key.
They keep targeting my summoner. It's not fair. There we go. One down. A bit more to go. Hello, Kyle Parker. Yes, yes. How can I help you? How can I do you? What can I do you for?
I must concentrate.
Concentrate, please.
If I must.
You must. Yeah, what can I do for you? Or do you for? Okay, I guess I will not get an answer. Oh my gosh. Ah, how silly. Oh my gosh. So evil.
Now.
Steel armor. Ah, that's good. Ooh.
Let me see.
Huh. But you haven't told me what I can do you for. Oh. Yeah? I had a few things to do as well. Like divide donation. Oh, it's over.
I will tend to matters here. Very good. Leonda Keorias de Sonda. Zorda las laumos mefeolio sonda.
Sounds like a made up ass language. Oh, I'd like to eat pie as well.
Alexandora, Reeve of Time. By oath unto you am I bound. Transcending eternity, cross you now the vastness of time's
Ooba
gulf.
booba dooba dooba
Throw
mooba
wide
gooba
her
dooba
gates,
dooba.
that we may pass.
Wait, we may pass? Damn. Hans messaging even here. Even here, it's all about passing, huh? It's always about passing. Unbelievable.
An ancient incantation. What awaits below? Quickly, we must give chase.
Trans rights. I'll eat above. Below. Whatever. Trans rights. Oh wow, Orlando was the biggest contributor. I would not have suspected. Or expected. I have not unlocked Ninja throughout this playthrough. I'm so shocked. I have not unlocked Ninja at all. How did I do that? How did I not unlock Ninja?
To arms then.
Yeah?
You can rely on me.
My turn, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Tis time.
No turning back.
No turning back indeed. Ooh, cool music. This reminds me of
We
Vagrant
have
Story.
waited for you, Ramza. How very far you've come. But no farther. The stones of the monastery make an ironic cairn for a heretic such as you. And I, Lothri Wodring, will see you dead and buried.
Who? Who the hell are you? Who? Woodrow Wilson? The only thing he's gonna pass is gas. Got him. Nice. Nice one.
Lothri, was it? Are you not aware of the true nature of the man you serve?
Whatever do you mean? If you speak of our execution of the clergy at Malond, that was but a part of our grand design. After all, the salvation they offered their flock was false. They sought only to seize Ivalice for themselves by placing a puppet on the throne. We are unlike them. By the power of the Zodiac Stones, we will bring the people true salvation.
So even his most loyal are kept in the dark. You are but an unwitting servant to the Lucavi.
The demons of legend? I've not the patience for your japes, boy. Lord Falmarv is the one true savior.
No boy.
The second coming of Saint Ajora, who shall lead all men with boundless benevolence. A noble's whelp such as you could never understand the burdens of the common man, much less ease them.
Now then.
Damn. Oh boy, it's always the same crap, isn't it? Oh, I have not checked what to steal from this guy. Save the queen. Okay, I should steal that from him actually. Okay, if we're gonna play the whole stealing game, then might as well stop here. Okay, might as well finish Final Fantasy Tactics for tonight because oh god, if I get caught up in the whole stealing crap, that's gonna be too painful. So we're finishing Tactics for tonight. I'm deciding I'm putting a stop to this. I'm not gonna spend another night just raging over stealing stuff, okay? It's not happening. I'm not about to get caught in a trap like that again. We're not doing that. There's just no way. There's just no way we're doing that. Okay. How is everyone doing right now? How many people do we have? 4. I should get some more people. We have some Polish related news. We have some news. You're tired? Well, you're after work, so that's understandable. All right, let's do some news. This is the worst type of anti-choicer. Oh, okay. Let's do some slop content for people to join in on the fun. I'm gonna change the title right now. Debate. Save. Oh yeah, I have a debate tomorrow. Remember the person that we could not get to talk to? Yeah, apparently they fixed their internet and now we're gonna be able to talk to them about Dugin. I'm gonna have that Dugin discussion after all, so look forward to that. Hello, Titan Uranus. We're gonna be having that debate about Alexander Dugin, the person has fixed their internet. Gonna be talking about, I'm not sure how much you are interested in that, but I'm gonna be talking about the former Minister of Justice facing years in jail. Former Polish Minister of Justice facing jail time. Yeah, because his immunity has been revoked. Let's watch a debate for now. So please look forward to that. That might be interesting content. I've been given a shout out, and some people have said that it's nice to find a good channel to explain Polish politics. I think I should do some Polish politics segments tonight. 'Cause there are apparently people that like that sort of thing from me.
Final call of the day. Final call of the day.
Also press like on the stream, please.
Finally, up here we have Christy. Christy wants to talk about pro-choice. Christy, if you can hear me, can you please provide me your age and pronouns?
I am 5 years old. I don't use pronouns. Pronouns are old news. I use amateur nouns.
My age is 27, and my pronouns are whatever you would call a biological female.
People are so weird about that. God damn. People are so weird about the pronoun thing. I just cannot. Why can't they just say it? What's the problem with just saying she, her, or whatever? If people are such weirdos. My pronouns are whatever you would call a biological female. So stupid.
Well, I would call a biological female whatever they tell me their pronouns are. So, what are they?
Well,
There you go. That's a good answer.
I'm female, so
Great.
whatever that would be.
Female is an adjective, so I don't know what that would have to do with a pronoun.
Right, she.
Okay, cool.
It's pretty obvious.
Not really, but okay. Christy, you want to talk about abortion as well? Is that correct?
Titan says, I can tell you what I call someone who's a biological female like that. Oh, yes. God, people are so weird about these things. I'm just always baffled whenever this person debates anybody. They come in and say, I don't use pronouns. I don't know pronouns. What are even pronouns? Or biological males, females, or whatever. Just so weird. People are so strange. Look, this is in the lower left corner. This is Fido. He's a biological dog. This is my biological dog, Fido. He uses give me snacks pronouns. I don't know. People are strange. I do like Fido though. Look at him. He's such a cute boy. Such a cute boy.
I do, but I mean, I know people were. I don't know how long I'm gonna be on the call. Things have changed. I'm at home with my sister.
I think, yeah. Sounds familiar, Stanislav. I'm gonna look him up. Sounds very familiar. I have to familiar, but I don't know super much about him. I should read up about him actually, but I am familiar but not familiar enough. That is my answer, I guess.
Six-month-old and 2.5-year-old. So we'll see how far I can get in this conversation. I know people are bored on the philosophy on certain things, but I think that does matter. I mean, policies and philosophies, that all affects everything that happens in our daily life. So it does matter.
Cool.
And so, yeah, I was unsure. I've never actually, you're the first time I've ever seen your videos. And I genuinely just want to know and try to understand your side, because, you know, obviously I am pro-life.
Person also almost said pro-choice. What a Freudian slip, right? At first, she wanted to say pro-choice at first.
And
Obviously, I'm pro-choice.
obviously, I am
That was funny. Obviously, I am pro-life. Oh God, that is funny.
pro-life.
Mhm.
And a lot of the arguments on the pro-choice side, just I understand where they're coming from, but that's not reality. And
That's not reality. What do you mean
so
by
I know-
that?
Okay, great argument, but that's not reality. Well done.
Meaning, like, just because you think something is wrong or right, I mean, there's truth. There's truth. And I believe that life begins at conception, not
There's truth followed up by the statement, and I believe. Great. Brilliant. So much consistent. The truth is that I believe. Okay.
not when you feel that they become sentient. And I think that's where the argument begins. You guys were talking about that. I don't know where the monkey thing, I kind of lost track of
An
the whole
objective
monkey
moralist.
situation.
Yeah.
But I guess
In my objective opinion, oh boy, he's already
I wanted
tired.
to ask you,
I swear.
why does consciousness, because you say sentient human lives matter, so why does consciousness matter to begin with?
Because sentience, not consciousness, but the reason sentience matters is because without it, there's no experience. So, like,
Okay.
a non-experiencing
Well, how much
being
how
would
much
be.
experience
Oh,
how much experience do you need in order to not be killed or your life taken away?
you just need any.
Any 0.2 seconds, 0.1 second.
Yep. The minute you have the capacity for sentience, I believe you should be.
So when do we know
you should
that
have
in the womb?
Okay. Do you want me to answer or no?
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. The minute you have the capacity for sentience,
I mean, in
believe you have a.
Cabanosy. Like, it's a Polish sausage kind of thing. Cabanosy Extreme z nadzieniem jalapeno. You can buy some Polish stuff in Ukraine. Wait, what? Why did it freeze? What's wrong with my
Right to life
computer?
now that should not be taken unless you are encroaching on someone else's right. And we know that sentience begins around 24 weeks in utero.
Okay. So right at 26 or 24 weeks, 26 weeks, right at that time? That very
24
moment?
24 is the medical consensus of around the time we send to see this happen. Could be sooner, could be later. We set a precautionary principle at about 24 weeks. If you have a fetus at 23 weeks and you really want to be sure, we would just do a brain scan to confirm that all the parts needed to have the capacity for sentience are there. And if they are, then we'd say, okay,
The computer is not working very
can't
well
do it
right
here
now.
because they have the capacity.
What the hell? Frozen.
But
Well, lots
typically it
of
happens
babies
around 24 weeks.
are aborted after that time. So are you
Yep.
saying that we should
Yeah.
stop abortions, or you just they should be born and hopefully given life? But we know that baby is perfectly healthy. Why?
Neuroscience. God never used that term. Neuroscience is not a term that's used in the Bible.
Why go in and remove that baby if we know that it potentially, most likely, is going to have
And therefore I don't believe in
a
it.
worse outcome if you take that baby out rather than just leaving them in there once they have that sentient in your view?
Yeah, because when we look at fetuses in the womb, right? When it comes to the removal, I would say after 24 weeks, you should attempt to remove it in an unlethal way, unless that is medically not possible, in which case I now say it falls on the person whose body the fetus is in to make the decision about whether or not they want to go ahead with the abortion or possibly continue trying to nurture the fetus in utero until it's at a point that the doctors can possibly take it out or whatever happens.
Mhm.
prior, but like either
Mhm.
way, the fetus is still like violating rights. So like you still have the right to remove it, right? So
How is it violating rights?
because you have a functional right to your own bodily resources, and if you don't consent to something using those bodily resources, then it's your right to remove that thing that's using your bodily resources without your consent.
But if you consented to sleep with somebody, then you know that what that action can lead to is potentially having a baby.
Consent to an action
So you did make it. You did.
is not consent to all of the outcomes of said action. It is you can acknowledge that these outcomes may occur, but it's not consenting to those outcomes.
Mhm.
Well, it is.
It's not. Consent
I
to
think-
action A
I
is not
think
consent to outcome B.
If you're not ready to,
Also,
not-
what happened to consent to being able to revoke consent at any time? That's also a thing, right? I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure important part of consent is that it can be given, but it can also be taken away, right? Is that not a thing anymore?
if you're not ready to have a baby, I don't think you should be engaging in an act that can lead to a baby.
That's not the conversation we're having. The conversation is, are you consenting? Right? The conversation isn't, do I agree you probably shouldn't have unprotected sex if you're not ready to be a parent? Yeah, probably. Probably shouldn't be having unconsented
Or
sex
even
if you
protected.
for you probably I could care less if you're protected sex. But you probably shouldn't be having unprotected sex for like a litany of reasons if you are not informed or ready enough for the outcomes of those. That doesn't mean you consent to those outcomes.
Or hear me out, you could just be gay and not deal with those outcomes, okay? You just choose to be gay. You just choose the best world. No problemo.
The only time you can consent to being pregnant is when you find out you're pregnant. And then that consent must be ongoing, as is all consent. Consent
Yeah.
has to be
It can be taken away, exactly. Consent can be taken away.
able to be revoked. Otherwise, it's not consent, it's force.
Yep.
I mean, if everyone who didn't want to have a baby just didn't sleep around, then this wouldn't be an issue.
41%
Am I wrong?
of all abortions come from failed contraception. So like
It
you
doesn't
can
matter.
you can try
If
to
you're not ready
place
to have a
unreasonable
baby,
expectations on people that go, hey,
I don't
you
think that's
just shouldn't.
unreasonable.
It's absolutely unreasonable. Yeah,
Why
because
would-
what you're
why
doing is
unreasonable?
because you're punishing people for a non-illegal act.
Okay,
This person would make it illegal. Sex would be illegal unless it's for procreating, making babies. Make sex illegal again. Purity culture now. Yeah.
if I'm not ready to have a baby,
Then
then I
you
wouldn't
shouldn't
be
have sex.
engaging in an act.
If you don't think you are ready, you shouldn't have
Why
sex.
does my pleasure or what I want outweigh the potential risk of killing my own child in the
Yeah.
future because I was selfish?
She is batting 1,000 on bad apologetics. You are right, Titan. This is very. Oh my goodness. Some people should be taught lessons on pronouns and also on consent, I guess.
in the moment and decided, you know what? I
This is just
really,
an
really
emotional
wanna sleep with
response,
this person.
Christy.
No,
This is just
I'm
this is just
actually,
an emotional
I'm
appeal.
actually genuine.
No, I know you're being.
It's
I'm
not
not
an
saying you're not
emotional
being
appeal.
genuine. I'm not saying you're not being genuine. That is, you're using emotionally coded language to like. I don't believe you're killing your own child when you have an abortion, right? I believe you are ending the life of a non-sentient being. So like, and if you want to call it killing a child, fine. I think calling it that just parlays an emotional response, which I think is just counterproductive to the argument at hand. And I don't think that a being that doesn't exist yet gets rights over your pleasure. This being doesn't exist yet. It can't. I'm not going to
Hmm.
say you shouldn't be able to have a night of pleasure because you should instead be worried about some fictional creature that has not yet existed. No, I wouldn't do
Fictional
that.
creature. Fictional creature. That's one way to put it.
I mean, the moment I found out I was pregnant with both my children, they were my babies. They're not just potential. It's not a potential human. It's a human with potential.
Yeah, but that's
No.
you. Your experience does not define universal truths or whatever, right?
Oh, it's a potential
And if I
sentient.
went
It's a
in and-
potential sentient experience. It's a potential person. I will agree with you that that it's a human. Absolutely. It's a human from the moment of conception.
Okay.
It's a living human from the moment of conception. It's not a person. It's not a
Hmm.
person with rights. And I don't think just because it's a living human means anything. I'll pull the plug on living humans that are brain dead, and I will like it doesn't mean anything because there's no way to harm it. It can't experience. It doesn't have the ability to there's no
Mhm.
subject there. That's
Why
a
does
way
that
I think
matter
I'm going
then?
to start.
The brain dead. Huh. That conversation can get pretty complicated, actually.
Why does what matter?
Why does that matter? Why do I need to be
'Cause there's
aware
no
of being
subject.
harmed in order for it to be wrong to harm me? Like
Because there's no
like
subject.
why is that?
It's not about being aware. It's about being able to experience. There's no subject, right? I'll put it in a hypothetical to hopefully help you understand it a little more. Let's say we had the ability to take my brain completely out of my body, like
Mhm.
my brain and all that I am. Maybe even the brain stays, but the entirety of my memories, my personality, everything like that is placed into a robot. Okay,
Mhm.
I'm now a robot, right? There's no me left in the body. And let's say it's the case that I can never get back into that body. If someone were to say to me, Javon, we're going to kill the body now, I'd be like, okay, do you think it's wrong that they now kill the body? The
I
body's
mean,
still
I
alive.
believe you have a soul, so yes, I do think that would be wrong to snuff out a soul.
Okay, so
Oh my
the
god.
argument is just you believe that
Sniff out a
we all have
soul?
rights based on, I'm assuming, some level of spirituality or religion. So now, like, can you prove a soul exists? I don't think you can do that.
I mean, yeah, I do believe that. You know, I
The
mean,
violinist.
I think. I
Oh,
mean,
no.
obviously, you're not a Christian, and you don't believe in probably God or that there's an afterlife. I do, and that's a whole nother conversation. But I wanted to get back to that point when you're talking about body robot.
But we can't
Um,
because your whole stance is
Body robot.
relayed on your religious beliefs, right?
Oh,
The only
boy.
reason you think it's wrong is
Body
because of
robot
your religion.
session.
Because your religion tells you that there's a soul in that body, and ending that ending that
There it
soul
is.
is bad.
Yeah.
no, because you know, most women that get an abortion are depressed, suicidal after getting that abortion. Getting that abortion doesn't usually.
I know. It's great. Titan says no science, no critical thinking, not even well-educated theology. Just my pastor said. True. God, I love it when people do this crap. When people are like, yeah, it's just my thing. Snap out a soul.
Makes them happier.
What's
I mean,
when you
I
yeah?
have
What's the
lots of friends.
causality of those?
I have
I've read
lots of
those
friends.
studies, Christy. I've read those studies. What's the causality that they label when it comes to why that person is depressed? There's two major ones.
Because they know that person they kill inherently. We have moral law written on our hearts. I do believe that, and we
Oh
know.
my God, we have moral law written in our hearts. Okay. We have moral law written in our hearts, then why do we kill or do any of the horrible things that we do? If we have our moral code inscribed into our hearts. If we have a moral code transcribed into our hearts, then why are you such a horrible transphobe? Christy.
Know that going in and intentionally killing a baby is wrong, regardless of whether
Okay.
it's aware.
I'm going to
or
give you the actual
feeling or-
causality. Okay, I'm going to give you the actual causal link. Okay, it stems from two major aspects. One is stigmatization. It is widely reported that people who receive abortions feel stigmatized. They feel a level of societal unacceptance. They feel like they're not supported, family, friends, whatnot. This can lead to comorbidities such as depression, anxiety, things like that. The other is
Very
the
sad.
exact same reason why people get massively depressed after giving birth. It's postpartum. The same level of postpartum can happen to you post-abortion that would happen to you post-birth.
I'm gonna be right back. I need to grab a drink. Titan Uranus. The attached to a violist metaphor is through experiment made by philosopher Judith Jarvis Thompson used to argue about abortion rights. It presents a scenario where you wake up involuntarily connected to an unconscious violinist whose life depends on your body for 9 months. Ah, yes. And should you be forced to keep them alive? I mean, I guess that's a matter of choice, right? At the end of the day, for you. could be, I've heard that hypothetical before. You could be offered incentives to agree to it. But I still believe that it's a choice. I don't believe that people can just hook you up to a machine and demand that you keep someone alive. But people could persuade you, I guess. Like, technically speaking, they could offer you some compensation that would make you go, okay, I guess that is something that is a trade-off that I can get behind. But that's a different conversation. Her morals are written on your hearts and thing drives me nuts. Yeah. The implications of that are pretty messed up, actually. Considering what people do to each other in the world, the implication of having inscribed morals in the heart is just messed up.
Absolutely.
Because you're no longer receiving that influx of hormones. This doesn't mean abortion is bad. Like if you're saying abortion's bad because of postpartum depression, well then pregnancy's bad because of postpartum depression.
No, I believe abortion's wrong because it's a taking of a human life. And what I'm trying to
Why
say
is taking
is,
a human
I've had
life wrong?
friends who have had, because it's
Titan says, morals are downstream of empathy, the potential for which is entirely genetic, conserved by selection because cooperative species survive better. Yeah, I guess so, yeah. That's true.
wrong. It's
Why?
wrong to intentionally go in and kill a human because it is. Killing
Why?
somebody is wrong
Why?
because morally that's wrong. If I go to you and
Why?
I know what happened.
It's wrong because it's wrong. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I do like being a cooperative animal. Just like my Fido likes being a cooperative animal. My German Shepherd. German Shepherds are very cooperative animals. He's part of my pack. Actually, quite literally. Look at him. Look at my Fido boy. God, I take every opportunity to brag about my dog. I'm like a proud parent that just flashes the photos of their child, you know? To everybody's annoyance. They just look at my dog. My dog is eating a bone. My dog is looking at a wall. My dog is sleeping. Okay, that's enough. That's enough of that.
Because it is. Why wouldn't it be?
Oh, because it is. Okay, why wouldn't it be? Okay, all great philosophical questions.
Wrong. I mean, yeah, what's the point of it?
You're making the claim. You're saying it is always wrong to kill a human, and my question is why?
Because why not?
Because it harms somebody.
Okay. It's wrong to kill because it harms somebody. What if I have a human that can't experience harm, Christy? Then why is it wrong to kill
Does it
them? They
matter?
can't experience. Yes, if the harm is the reason why it's wrong and they can't experience harm, they literally don't have the ability to experience anything. It's nothingness because there is no person to experience. Why is it wrong to kill that thing?
The problem is we don't know the exact moment of when they experience harm or not. So wouldn't
Yes, that's why we
take
put a
the-
precautionary principle on 24 weeks. Realistically, it's probably
Yeah,
more
but
like
we don't
26.
know that for sure.
But we put a precautionary
We
principle
don't
at
know
24.
that for sure.
Well, no, we know the
We
brain
don't know that for
processes
sure
necessary.
at 24 or 23
we do know
or
the
the
brain.
moment.
Wait, we do know the brain processes necessary to engage in sentience. We know what these are. So we know these via medical consensus happen around 24 weeks. So we place a precautionary principle. But that's why I said to you, if you have an issue with that, then at 23 weeks, if somebody comes in, we just do fetal brain scans. And then we'll know for sure because we'll see if the things needed, which is the mass of neurons, the maturity of the neurons, the complexity of the neurons. Complexity was the one I was missing before. God damn. The complexity of the neurons and the brain waves that are indicative of positive outcomes. We'll see if all those exist. And if they don't exist, then that creature is not yet be able to engage in sentience.
Okay, so if it was 0.2 seconds later that they got their sentience, then it's wrong. I mean, how do you
No.
know for that's the
If
thing.
you end something before it's sentient, it's not wrong. There is zero morality in killing something before it comes into existence.
I mean, it's there. If you leave it alone,
The body exists. The person does not exist yet. You didn't harm a
but the body's
person.
there. It has a heartbeat.
Yes, but
It has a
you
heartbeat at like 4 or 6 weeks.
a
4
heartbeat
weeks,
ha- a
4.5
heartbeat
weeks.
doesn't mean anything. Also, it has electrical impulses. It
I
doesn't
mean,
have a physical heart
sure,
beating
that
yet
does
because
to
the
me.
physical heart hasn't like come into play.
I mean, I have ultrasounds for my daughters, and I'm like, that's them. That was the same baby there as it
Yes,
is
and
right
I
now.
think
The same
you
baby.
and I think you had you got to make your own decision about how much value you placed on your babies while they were in utero and how that was going to impact the rest of your life and all of that. I wouldn't take that same choice away from anybody else, right? Because that's a
Well, just
subjective
because I wanted her,
it's your value you place on your pregnancy is a subjective thing. Other people don't place that same value. Other people
That's-
see a heartbeat and it's
well,
just a
that's why I
heartbeat,
disagree.
right? It's literally just a heartbeat.
What
It
about
doesn't mean
the
I
anything.
think that's
soul?
morally depraved. I think that's
Based
a
on
morally
what?
depraved view.
Based on what?
Morally
Because I know a human being, if you just leave it
No,
alone.
you don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah, I
Mhm.
do. I do know that I saw my baby at 4.5 weeks. And you know what? The other thing I meant to actually get back onto. So you're saying a lot of abortions that happen. There's a lot of abortions that happen after that sentient time, the 24, 26 weeks, and people don't care. What do you think about
Uh-huh.
that? That's fine.
I think if you're engaging in a
okay?
rights violation, it's okay to remove something that's violating your rights. The bulk of
But
abortions,
that's not what's happening.
97% of
They're
abortions
dismembering.
happen
Hard to do
before the
that.
20-week mark. So, like, yeah, we can talk about the
Well,
others
what
if
about
you
the
want
others?
to. What about them? The bulk of those are
mean, what
medical.
about
Like
the
the
women
bulk
that
of
don't
abortions
care?
that happened after 20 weeks are for medical reasons. What about them?
Like what?
Like what? They'll happen if
a
somebody has an
medical reason?
infection. Infections can lead to you needing to get abortions. I have a
No,
list
no, no, no,
somewhere,
no.
but I have to find them. Yes, yes,
No,
yes,
I'm
yes,
not
yes.
talking about that. I'm talking about
What do
the
you
moms
what?
that go in, the moms that go in at 20 plus weeks and they are okay with having their child ripped apart in the womb or their, lidocaine injected into the heart.
Yeah, this is the vast minority
because
of
they just didn't want
abortions.
that baby anymore.
Yes, this is the minority of abortions. But yeah, sure, you have to.
But
Pregnancy
does it
is
matter?
something
Does it matter if that's the minority?
Does it matter? It's not
still
It's
happening.
not statistically significant enough for me to place like a mass amount of care
But
on,
it's
right?
still happening.
Sure. And here's what
It's still
I'll say.
happening.
Here's what I'll say to that still happening.
Hmm.
Sucks, but like it's
Hmm.
I'm gonna feel the same way about if I feel somebody like shoot someone trying to stab them. Like, yeah, it sucks that person had to die, but they were violating their rights.
Sucks to suck.
But the difference is that person was actively being harmed. This baby did nothing wrong.
As soon as you don't have to actively engage in something to violate somebody's rights, but as soon as you remove consent for a pregnancy, the second you remove that consent, right? The second you're like, I no longer consent to being pregnant, then yes, it is wrong to force you to continue to engage in that pregnancy. You should be able to end that pregnancy because you ultimately
That doesn't make sense. That's a
I guess I do have a question about the argument of violating rights, okay? I guess I do have a question. Titan Uranus says jellyfish, starfish, and sea cucumbers, corals, sea urchins, flatworms all move in a rhythmic motion without a brain, and we even eat some of them. Yeah. Also, I have a question. If something does not have a conscience, then how can it violate your rights? I think that's a legit question on my part. Right? If a chair stands in your way, if you want to go from one place to the other and a chair stands in your way, then is the chair violating your rights to move from one? That's a question. If a fetus is not conscious, if it does not have sentience or consciousness, then and how can it violate anybody's rights?
That's a what?
I mean, if I have a lot of hard days with my kids, and I'm just like, you know what, I don't want to be a mom anymore, or you know what, I'm done with these kids. They're taking. I do not consent to being a parent anymore. Just because I don't consent to that anymore doesn't mean that I just have the right to get rid of them.
You do. You have the right to put your kid up for adoption if you want.
No.
You do have that right, actually.
Yeah. No.
What are you
it's
talking about?
wrong.
You absolutely have. It's
It's
wrong.
wrong.
It's wrong
But-
for people to
but-
put their
but-
kids up for adoption. Like I think
Well,
it
let's
might
just
be.
say
It
at
might be like it might
22.
hurt the kid,
I mean, it depends on the situation, I guess.
right? Like there's some issues with like emotional stuff, but like I wouldn't say that it's like an immoral action to like place your kid up for adoption.
Well, so it hurts the kid.
I mean, it depends on the situation, definitely, no? Sometimes it's better for the kid to be put up for adoption. There are situations
That
like
doesn't matter if it hurts the kid.
Yeah, I think it would hurt the kid way more if they're living with a parent that doesn't want them. I think that hurts way
Well,
more.
I just mean that.
Parents that don't want their kids tend to neglect their kids.
Well, what
think
about
that's
at,
worse.
you're 24 weeks, and there's that mom that goes in. She just decides, I don't want this baby anymore. I'm not fit.
I mean, that's if a mom does not want the child, then she's not gonna be a good mom. So, you know, like, is it really good for a child to be with a mom that like just openly does not want them? So she not only wants to end abortion, she wants someone who has a baby to have to raise them themselves. Yes, that's harmful to the child, actually. If a parent openly does not want them and would rather give them up to a more loving family, but cannot, then that's gonna be actually more harmful to the child, unironically.
the whole
Then
argument
she should be able to
is
take it
it doesn't
out.
matter whether you consent. You're not willing.
Whoa.
No.
You don't think consent matters?
No. Well, hold on. They consented to the act of procreation.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, there's too much information out there to know that, excuse me,
5%.
there's too much
5%.
there's too much information out there now. 5% of what?
That's the likelihood you are to get pregnant when you have unprotected sex. It's 5%.
Okay. Still, that's still a chance. And if you're engaging in this is where I stand. I think if everybody just didn't have sex when they weren't supposed to, or they're not ready
What does
to
that mean when you're not supposed to? When are you not supposed to have sex?
have a baby, we would be in a much better place in our society. We wouldn't even be having this conversation. Truly.
Really?
But the problem is we don't want to take personal
what kind of argument is
accountability.
that?
That's the real problem.
Christy, I don't understand.
Yeah, I agree, Titan. I agree. In an ideal world. We're definitely not striving for an ideal world. We're striving for a pretty horrible world, to be blunt. You know. Aspirationally, some of us are moving towards a better world than we are now, but the world that we are inhabiting right now is not the best one. Greater Rain says, my hot take is that any stage of pregnancy, the fetus is never in possession of personhood. Personhood. I mean, that probably depends on how we define personhood. There probably is a moment when the fetus gains sentience, which can be tracked via electronics, etc. But personhood is a different question from sentience.
Well, what I'm saying is,
I don't understand
our
this argument
society,
you're making.
well,
It
I'm
just
trying to
seems
give
like
it to you.
you're.
Our
Well,
society,
no, but it
Like, children don't have personhood depending on how you define it, even sometime after being born, right?
seems like you're
Our
arguing from a
society-
level of your own personal experience because you did this and you
No,
did
it's
that.
true. Is it
Nobody
wrong?
else should is what wrong? Arguing from your own personal experience? Yeah, it's kind of wrong.
Well, let me ask. I'm asking a genuine question. If people who were not ready to have a baby did not engage,
Titan says, well, this woman says there's so much information out there and doesn't appear to know much of it. True. I mean, that is a story as old as time. Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you for the tier 1 fake Alec Parker. for gifting it to a greater age. I should add more emotes actually. It's been a while.
In sexual intercourse before they were ready, because I know there's a risk. If they did not engage in that and only save that time for when they were ready to have a baby or potentially have one.
Greater and says personhood is admittedly a subjective term. Also, yes, I think even after being born, they lack personhood to a certain extent, but I don't see the point in arguing post-birth. I guess, but there is still a question of when, because children start fully remembering things up only after a certain time has passed.
Then wouldn't we be in a better spot? We wouldn't even have this conversation.
We also wouldn't have this conversation if we just like gave people universal basic income and made medical care free. Most abortions happen due to financial reasons. We also wouldn't. Why don't we just do that
Does
instead?
that make it right to kill a baby?
It makes it right to kill a fetus if you no longer consent to that fetus using your body. Yes.
Yeah. I feel like you're not worth consideration until you're like 2 years old. I mean, kind of yes, kind of no.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, I think as a parent, we have to deny certain things to ourselves for the well-being of our children. That's what I believe, and that
I
includes
think
in
the
the
thing
womb.
should not be like your internal bodily autonomy. You know, I don't think that that's the case, especially for a
And I
creature
would
that's
like
not
to say
yet
that
sentient. What?
Obviously I'm pro-life, but I'm also a part of a lot of organizations that help women that are going through financial issues with the pregnancy. I think it's always better to hold on to life than to end life. And
know
I
you
think
think
we'll
that,
never agree
yes.
on that.
I know you think that,
We'll never
but you
agree
think,
on that. And
of course,
I
we're not
think
going
it's
to
a
agree,
morally
Christy.
depraved
You're
stance.
Christy. I don't care. Like the
Where do your
emotional,
morals come from?
the emotional appeal is so fucking nonsense, dog. I know that you think it's
it's
morally
not. It's not
depraved. I know that
nonsense.
you think it's bad. I know, but that's because you're a Christian who believes that somebody who only believes
Well,
these
where do your
things
morals
because
come
somebody.
from?
I'm a secular humanist, so I get my morals from secular humanism.
Okay, so you're creating your own moral laws then.
Nope.
What you think is right or
My
wrong.
morals come from secular humanism.
Okay.
I don't parlay it to some
I'm
being
gonna
that
have to run because
Okay.
someone is screaming in the background. I do
Okay.
apologize. I did enjoy the conversation.
Okay.
I did. I'm not trying.
There is where the your models come. Yeah, that's a classic. That's a classic. If you're not a Christian, then how can you even be moral? How can you even have morality? It's impossible. Radiant says, well, I should clarify. That doesn't mean it's open season on babies. Like, we shouldn't torture living things that feel, but I don't think their brain has really kicked in yet to remember and reason. Just a bunch of needs and relax is pointing to feeding and grasping. I think they can remember trauma to an extent. I think if you inflict trauma on them, they will kind of remember that. Maybe not in the way, not exactly in the same way that they would remember it later, but their body remembers, if that makes sense.
To be nonsensical, but I do think if you don't have a basis on morality. I mean, I know
You don't even know
I
what
don't think
secular
that's-
humanism is, Christy, so you can't say I don't have a basis in morality. I also just think it's crazy to say
Well,
that
I
my
mean-
basis in morality is made up when you believe in a dude that said it was
I think
okay
if
to
you
own
think
slaves,
it's okay
Christy.
to keep. No, and there's more on that
No.
conversation we could go into.
There is,
Yes.
and everywhere.
Oh my god. Religious people can be so silly. They don't know their own religion. I wouldn't say squirrels are a person. I wouldn't condone hunting squirrels. Yeah, that's true. Like my German Shepherd is not exactly a person, although I think he is very personable. He's very cool. But I'm not sure if I would call Fido a person and classical sense. But you know what? He's still Fido, and I love him. Yeah, I will make everything about Fido always. Okay, I'm obsessed. Same place everyone else is due. Empathy. Where do your morals come from, Titan? Where do you're immoral? You're an immoral actor. Without your thing. Yep. Oh. Greater against empathy. Oh, from empathy. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Well, how can you have empathy if you're not a Christian? God, empathy was bestowed upon you by God. Furthermore, I think it's worth debating what qualifies as personhood. Not all do I think human equals person. I think that theoretically a species Western. That's an interesting debate. That's actually a pretty interesting, that's an interesting topic to discuss for sure. Enlightened self-interest even. Self-interest is bad. You should only be interested in God. I say, okay? Your interest should only be in God Almighty and Jesus Christ. Let's do some news, okay? Fuck me. Well, my mood is ruined. My mood is fucking ruined. Oh, fuck. Sorry for swearing. But this is just so weak. Oh my god. Titan says empathy doesn't come from God. It's genetic. Many animals display it. Yeah? And who created genetics? God. Got him. Who created the animals? God. Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. I'm just kidding with you. I'm as atheist as they come. Yeah, my mood is ruined. Jesus Christ. Trump reportedly grants Hungary's Orban an oil sanctions exemption after White House lunch. God. Ugh. I've been talking just today to someone, right? I've been talking to them and I said, oh, it seems like Orban really wants that exemption from oil sanctions, but Trump does not seem to be willing to grant him those exceptions. And the person was like, yeah, good. And now, well, it seems like that all went to hell. That all went to hell. He got the exemption on just... This is so messed up. Titan Runner says, where is your evidence for this God that designs and creates animals out of whole cloth? The evidence is in the pudding. Don't you know? Don't you know that the evidence is in the pudding? That's yeah, the evidence is in the pudding. It's even part of that famous saying. I don't know. I used to have debates about religion as well. It's just whatever. I used to debate religion a bit as well. I even listened to some of the debates of Richard Dawkins, you know, the raging transphobe guy. But I heard some of his debates about religion. I've watched them. Yep. It varies from dog to dog, I think. Like some dogs haven't really hacked the whole object permanence thing. You could put a treat under a ball and it breaks the world. Oh no, German Shepherds are very smart. Like in German Shepherds, you buy them those little puzzles. You hide snacks in those puzzles, and they solve the puzzles to get into the snack. It stimulates their brain. Like they really thrive on those kind of things. Like when you hide the treats and they solve the puzzle. I think I would consider dogs to be persons. They have a will of their own. They feel they can communicate and ask questions given the tools. They recognize others. Remember, yeah, I guess so. But yeah, German Shepherds apparently are one of the smarter breeds when it comes to stuff like that. Godfighter is such an awesome dog. The proof is in the pudding is shorthand for the proof of the pudding is in the eating, which means you can know whether it's safe to eat something unless you eat it. Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right. I cannot know if God exists until I eat him. A pudding was basically a sausage when that phrase first appeared. That explains why that actually explains black pudding very well. That unironically, this explains black pudding very well. So I think I've learned something today. I feel like I've learned something useful tonight. Hold up. I want to do something. And then we'll go to the Orban thing because, God. Ah, man. Okay, Viktor Orban. Here we go. Yep. You were gifted a tier 1. You can use the emotes now. I do like the phrase, the truth is in the pudding. Okay. So, I'm stalling because I'm really frustrated with this. I'm so frustrated. I thought that was one of the good things that Trump was doing, that he enacted sanctions on Russia and that he kept to those sanctions, no exceptions. There should be no exceptions to the sanctions, but apparently nobody cares and whatever. If you're a buddy of Trump, then I guess you're gonna be exempt. Brilliant. Okay, we're gonna get into it now. Sorry. I'm just upset of this development. Okay. Following a White House lunch with US President Donald Trump, it's all that it takes, isn't it? Just eat lunch with Trump and you'll do whatever you want. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban on Friday announced he had won an exemption from US oil sanctions. Bloomberg News reported. Yeah, The sanctions are really strong and meaningful if people can just get exceptions from them, are they? Yes, there are some powerful sanctions. Hungary has secured a general indefinite exemption from purchasing Russian oil and natural gas via two main pipelines. Orban told reporters after what happened to be a warm and friendly meeting between the two right-wing leaders. Yeah, because Trump doesn't do politics based on goals or any sort of consistency or any sort of anything really. If you're his friend, then he just doesn't care. He just does politics based on personal relationships, and that's, I'm gonna be honest, that's pretty weak and pathetic. The US hit Russia major oil companies with sanctions last month. Well, that sort of undermines the whole idea, doesn't it? US expects Hungary and Slovakia to wean off Russian energy, says NATO envoy. Yeah, that's great. That is great that the US expects, on one hand, for Hungary to wean off Russian energy, but on the other hand, it gives an exemption from the sanctions to Hungary. Yeah, those are some conflicting messages. Those are just contradictory. You cannot say, oh, we hope that Hungary will stop using Russian gas, and at the same time just say, well, okay, whatever, just have this exemption, you can use it. You can continue buying it, no problem. It's not a problem for me. Earlier, Orban, a longtime Trump ally, sat next to Trump in the White House cabinet room for their first bilateral meeting since the Republican returned to power, and explained why his country needed to use Russian oil at a time when Trump has been pressing Europe to stop doing so. Yeah, it's not like Hungary can look for alternatives. Oh yeah, it totally can. Like it's not like Hungary cannot be offered any sort of alternatives to Russian oil and gas. Orban said the issue was vital for Hungary, which is a European country, and pledged to lay out the consequences for the Hungarian people and for the Hungarian economy, not to get oil and gas from Russia. Brilliant. I guess the sanctions are just useless. The only thing that Trump did right with Russia, Trump is just undermining right now. I love it when that happens. I love it when the one thing that Trump did that was okay immediately gets undercut by his own actions. You gotta love it. They don't have the ports. Trump has been pushing Europe to avoid using Russian energy to pressure on Moscow to end its war with Ukraine, appeared sympathetic to Orban's position. We're looking at it because it's very different for him to get the oil and gas from other areas. Trump said, as you know, they don't have the advantage of having sea. Like, you can get gas and oil without having sea. Like, you know that, right? You know, pipelines do not require the sea. What sort of a weird argument is that? Oh, Hungary does not have the sea, therefore it needs to buy from Russia specifically. What kind of an argument is that? No alternatives can be secured. Hungary does not have the sea. As always, brilliant. It's a great country. It's a big country, but they don't have sea. They don't have the ports. Ports are not a necessity. Ports are not a requirement to be able to import energy into your country. Again, you don't need ports to build pipelines leading to your country. What a silly. What? What does that have to do with anything? But many European countries are buying oil and gas from Russia, and they have been for years, Trump added. And I said, what's that all about? So you want them all to stop, and now you're giving exemptions. This is so incoherent. This is so inconsistent. It just becomes meaningless. It just becomes meaningless chatter. This is meaningless blabber. Just why even do the sanctions in the first place? You're not gonna enforce them. So meaningless. So infuriating. Hungary has maintained its reliance on Russian energy since the start of the 2022 conflict in Ukraine, prompting criticism from several European Union and NATO allies. Hungarian officials said in the run-up to the meeting that Orbán aims to discuss a path to a US-Russia meeting and seek exemptions from the US energy sanctions. They should be discussing alternatives from Russia energy. They should not be discussing exemptions to be able to continue getting Russian energy. That is a completely misguided direction. Completely misguided direction. Ridiculous. Inkub says, hey, how is it in Ukraine? Calm. There's not been a major bombing of Kyiv since I've arrived, so that's good. Although I am running short on funds, so please consider donating or subscribing. I mean this sincerely. I've been running low on funds. I've been doing some work, of course, as always. I need to do more work. Always need to do more work. I'm so frustrated by this topic. I swear to God, I'm really, really frustrated by the Orbán exemption thing. Like, it undermines the entire point of the sanctions in my mind. Giving out exemptions. Welcome to the club. Oh, I thought you were doing better now that you have the gig with the movie. I thought things were looking up financially. All right, let's continue. Okay, but you're getting there. You're slowly getting there, right? You're stabilizing. You're not may not be stable, but you're stabilizing, right? I hope. All right. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's very good. I'm happy for you. Really. Hungary. Ah, yes. Yes. Hungarian officials said in the blah blah blah. Yes, we've read that. Trump said last month that he would meet Russian President Vladimir Putin in Hungarian capital, but the meeting was put on hold after Russia rejected a ceasefire. It was like there was a phone call between Marco Rubio and it was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Lavrov. Lavrov had a phone call with Rubio, and Lavrov really wanted to show his loyalty to Putin, was really overeager, really wanted to state that Russia is just adamant on their maximalist demands. They would not move an inch, and he messed up. He overplayed his hand. Rubio apparently gave a report of that phone call to Trump, and Trump just decided that there was no point in meeting in Budapest. And ever since then, Lavrov became a little bit of in a bad spot. He's been punished, and he has been actually removed from a couple of diplomatic meetings now because he has been made the scapegoat for why the Budapest meeting has been cancelled. Just to give a little bit of context why this whole thing ended in a fiasco. So yeah, Trump said Russia simply did not want to stop fighting. The basic dispute is they just don't want to stop yet. And I think they will, he said. I don't think they will. But yes, it all basically boiled down to Lavrov being overeager and saying too much, which caused the Budapest meeting to be cancelled. The president asked Orban if he thought Ukraine could win the war. A miracle can happen, Orban responded. That is also a thing that is very frustrating to me, very telling that Trump was... the president asked Orban. I think the thing was, what I heard was that the reporter asked Trump and Trump gave the answer to Orban. And Orban was like, a miracle can happen. State news agency MTI said that on his flight to Washington, Orban called the topic of energy sanctions serious and said that stakes were high, although he did not expect the talks with Trump on this topic to be difficult. Yeah, because when you're Trump's buddy, we have learned that. We have already learned that if you're Trump's friend, then no discussions are really difficult. I think that Putin has a lot of experience with that. I think Putin knows that discussions with Trump are not really all that difficult. All you have to do is to be a tin pot dictator for your conversations with Trump not to be difficult. I think it certainly feels that way. I know the president, he knows me. We know the subject. We simply have to reach an agreement. Yep. Yep. My God. Infuriating. Honestly infuriating. The two leaders are also planned to discuss ways of greater economic cooperation between the US and Hungary. Orban predicted a golden age between the two nations. Orban predicted a golden age and made a point of criticizing President Joe Biden's administration, a sure way to garner favor of Trump, who continues to use Biden as a frequent foil, of course. Even Putin did it. And everybody knows how easy it is to manipulate Trump for this. Even Putin said, oh yeah, if Trump was president in 2022, this war would have not even happened. It's true. It's all Biden's fault. True. So true. Yeah. The White House said before the meeting that the leaders would discuss areas of mutual interest and hinted some deals could result. Oh gosh. Very good relations, very cool, very nice, very, very sexy, if I do say so myself. Where's the... look at that. So that's it. Brilliant, huh? Isn't that cool? Are you as disappointed as I am? Any thoughts on what we've just talked about? Any questions before I move to the next? I want to make sure that the chat is active. I'm like a teacher. I've been told that I have a mentality of a teacher, so I always ask to get some sort of reply. I'm here. Yeah? So what did you think? What do you think? What did you think of the segment? What did you think of the topic? Are you frustrated as much as I am? God, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated with what happened here. I was praising Trump today. Just today I was praising Trump for not giving in and not giving Orban the exemptions, but here we are. Here we are, and I'm just pissed off. You should change the title every time I do a topic, actually. I have a few topics for today. Oh yeah, I have a few. Oh, yeah, we're gonna talk about this now. We're gonna talk about Snap. Snap is a big one. Oh, you don't? You don't know about the recent sanctions that Trump imposed on Russia? That's the TLDR. Oh, okay. Okay, we're gonna talk about Snap though. Snap is something that I'm into. Like, I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna open up by saying that Snap, in my opinion, should be something that should be untouchable. Snap should be this holy cow. Like, to begin with, it's silly that the United States as a country even has food insecurity. You know, if that makes sense, it's just silly as a concept that the United States even is like the idea of food insecurity is even entertained in the supposedly richest country in the world. But here we are. We are at the record long shutdown of the government, and people are just gonna go hungry, I guess, because Trump does not care. Trump uses hunger as a political chip. So just let them eat cake, quite literally. Well, he has lavish parties. A Rhode Island federal judge has ordered the Trump administration to find enough money to restore full funding for SNAP benefits by Friday. Oh yeah, by the way, Trump is already challenging this. Trump is already defying this order. Just so you know, Trump has already decided that screw you. Actually, I have a pretty interesting quote here by JD Vance, if somewhere about Snap. I have it somewhere around here. Where is it? I'm gonna find it. One moment. JD Vance Snap. Fun fact, JD Vance was on food stamps as a child, but nowadays he says SNAP recipients are all freeloaders. Okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. We found it. I'm going to send it to myself, and I'm going to show you. because I feel like it's telling. I feel like it's worth checking out. I feel like it is worth checking out. There you go. J.D. Vance gives his opinion on the ruling.
Look, Jackie, it's an absurd ruling.
There you go. The one about Snap, the one that says that Snap has to be resumed by Friday.
Look, Jackie, it's an absurd ruling because you have a federal judge effectively telling us what we have to do in the midst of a Democrat government shutdown, which what we'd like to do is for the Democrats to open up the government. Of course, then we can fund SNAP, and we can also do a lot of other good things for the American people. But in the midst of a shutdown, we can't have a federal court telling the president how he has to triage the situation. We're trying to keep as much turned on. We're trying to keep as much going as possible. The president and the entire administration are working on that, but we're not going to do it under the orders of a federal judge. We're going to do it according to what we think we have to do to comply with the law, of course, but also...
Yeah, to comply with the law, we're gonna defy court order. That's totally in compliance with the law.
So, to actually make the government work for people in the midst of the Democrat government shutdown.
Oh yeah.
Look,
And we're gonna make the government work for people in the midst of the shutdown by, I guess, starving people. Yeah. When people starve, it is for the good of the people. Did you not know? Did you know that starving people is for the good of the people? Exactly. I love it when people say, yeah, we're just gonna defy the court order in compliance of the law, and we're doing it for the good of the people. We're starving the people for the good of the people. That's this is just like, you cannot make this up. This is just total as clownery, as you have said, Titan. The law is what a judge says it is. You ask clown. Exactly. This is just ridiculous. In my opinion, first of all, the US should not have food insecurity. The fact that it has is a ridiculous thing to begin with. But if you have food insecurity, you need to have instruments in place to alleviate these problems. And SNAP should just be untouchable. It should just be ongoing, shut down or no. It should always be ongoing. People should always have access to these things, no matter what the situation. It should just be. And you know what? It seems like the federal judge agrees with me. It seems like the federal judge is with me on that no matter what, people should have access to food. I don't think it's ridiculous to say that people should not be going hungry. Why do you even say to that? Because these people are just monsters. And it's just, what a shock that in so many places, all of a sudden, the Democrats have won the elections when the attitude of the MAGA crowd is, yeah, let's just let people starve. There's just affordability. There's a whole thing about affordability. I guess I'm gonna get into it later, but for now we're talking about SNAP, and the SNAP thing really, really infuriates me. And ironically, the SNAP thing just makes me really angry. The fact that for the sake of some political gains, the president can just decide, yeah, I don't care that 40 million people are gonna go hungry. Who cares? And then there's the words America first or make America great again. Like, yeah, okay, sure, why not? Make America great again by making it starve. It's just, like, there are 30 million people. It's a lot of people that just really depend on these things. Like life's already hard enough. And bear in mind, okay, because what the federal judge is saying that is that the government has to tap into the emergency fund right now, which is like what $7 billion, and that's not really enough to fully cover the SNAP costs. So that already downcuts what the recipients will get, even if Trump will listen to the ruling, will follow the ruling. The SNAP recipients will still get less than they would have. So it is still not the best outcome. The best outcome would be for the shutdown to end, because this emergency fund is also not infinite. And once that runs out, we're back where we were before with SNAP. Just so that's clear as well. Just so we're clear on that as well. In failing to fully fund the food assistance program that covers 42 million, I'm sorry, I was off by 2 million. 42 million low-income Americans, U.S. District Court Judge John McConnell Jr. said government failed to consider the harms individuals who rely on those benefits would suffer. He also said President Trump showed intent to defy a court order when he posted on Truth Social this week that SNAP benefits would not restart until after the federal shutdown was over. A comment that was walked back by the White House. Thank God. Where the White House has some sense. The U.S. Department of Agriculture swiftly appealed to the judge's ruling to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit, keeping food aid in a limbo because, I don't know, the Trump administration just hates the poor. They just hate the idea of people getting food assistance. And you know what? I'm going to use this opportunity to say that I really hate all the frigging discussions that happen around SNAP. When people start saying, oh, should SNAP recipients get this food? Should they get to get steak? Should they get to get a soda? Should they get to buy some chips? Yes. Okay, yes. The answer is yes. Like, life is not about misery and survival. People should be able to get some luxury items from SNAP. Yes. Some pleasure foods. Like, not even luxury, just pleasure foods. I 100% believe that they should be able to do so. And I don't care. Okay? I don't care about whiners that say, oh, my mind thanks dollarinos. How dare people have any pleasure in life? No, just, I hate this. I hate this whole discussion. Should you be able to get a Coca-Cola on SNAP? In a statement to NPR, the USDA blamed Senate Democrats for withholding services to promote their agenda and compromising not only SNAP, but farm programs, food inception, and animal and plant disease protection of rural development and protecting federal lands. I don't know. It seems like it's the Republicans that are not willing to negotiate with the Democrats in any way around the shutdown, which is why it's dragging out for so long. The judge's order Thursday afternoon comes in response to a challenge filed by cities and nonprofits after the administration said it would halt funding for the program on November 1st. McConnell and another federal judge in Boston ordered the government to use emergency funds to keep SNAP funding flowing. That's basically $7 billion, the emergency funding. So it's a band-aid. Let's just call it that. It's a band-aid. But Trump administration officials said it was only able to partially cover the payments. The court could not be more clear, said Sky Perryman, president and CEO of Democracy Forward, on the groups that brought the lawsuit. The Trump-Vance administration must stop playing politics with people's lives by delaying SNAP payments they are obligated to issue. Yes. That is absolutely the case. It is absolutely the case that they must stop doing so. Absolutely. On Wednesday night, the Trump administration said it would cut November's SNAP food benefits by a bit less. Fuck me. By a bit less than it had previously announced. In revised guidance for states, which are calculating partial payments, the USDA said in a court filing maximum allotment would be reduced by 35% instead of 50%. How generous. Even with the smaller proposed cut, the complex formula for reduced payments would have stayed the same and still means steep cuts for those who rely on the country's largest anti-hunger program. USDA's proposed change came after an analysis by the left-leaning Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, which found the agency's original formula for partial payments would not have tapped all of its contingency funds. 2 federal judges had found the administration is legally bound to spend that money to keep SNAP going. True. CBPP also estimated the original reduced benefit plan would have left nearly 5 million people with no payment at all this month. Just go hungry. Just die, I guess. Who cares? Not the MAGA crowd, apparently. USDA did not respond to NPR's request for comment on the center's analysis or its changed plan, but in a court filing late Wednesday related to the revised partial payment formula, the Justice Department wrote the agency realized this error and worked to issue new guidance and the tables as soon as it was discovered. The change will be small in some cases. For example, the minimum allotment for some 1 to 2 person household under the USDA's revised formula went from $12 to $16. McConnell ordered the administration to restart the country's largest anti-hunger program after funding lapsed last Saturday. A month in... Oh, sorry. I think... I have to check them. I think the dangers passed. Sorry, I have this app that warns me. Even though I can just hear it outside the window, but you know. I also have an app to warn me whenever there is danger. I have an app. Uh, yeah. The USDA itself warned it could take weeks or even months to get benefits to people. I hate this situation. Oh yeah, implementing the administration's complex partial funding formula presents enormous procedural challenges for states which administer the program that serves 42 million Americans. It requires a complete recalculation and a complete recoding of our system, said Tiki Brown, the head of Minnesota's Department of Children, Youth and Families. She said there is no timeline yet for payments in her state. Yeah, of course, a lot of children will be affected by this as well. So, as if not enough children went hungry to school already. This crap now. Danny Mintz, who works for the Civic Technology Nonprofit Code for America, said some states have antiquated systems from the 1970s that make it difficult to quickly implement sweeping calculation changes, which, again, the most wealthy country in the world and still uses systems from the 1970s. Like, let that sink in. There are legitimate concerns that altering the calculations or of benefits may break things, he said. The quickest way for states to get benefits into people's hand is for USDA to fund the full amount of SNAP benefits, which was ordered by the court, the federal judge. Some states already are warning it could be weeks before payments can be made. In a bluntly worded letter to USDA, seen by NPR member station WESA, Pennsylvania Human Services Secretary Val Arkush said the federal government is directing states to use the most complex and labor-intensive approach possible. Pennsylvania is asking to use a simpler, faster method that was allowed for pandemic-related aid and would essentially give everyone half their SNAP payment, which already is, that's already bad. Half the payment is already grievously bad. Like, I swear to God, SNAP should be something that is just outside of the whole shutdown thing. People should be receiving SNAP benefits no matter what. It should just be a top priority. Things like SNAP, things like healthcare, those things should just be untouchable, no matter what. No matter what happens with the government. No matter what shutdowns happen, it should just be guaranteed. It should be a no-brainer. But apparently it's freaking not. It's just not. It's ridiculous. It's so stupidly ridiculous. Well, here we are where we are, right? It is what it is, right? It is what it is. Any questions? As always, I have to ask after each segment. Hello, Maya Mayor. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, Maya Mayor. Welcome. How are you today? How are you, Maya Mayor? Any questions about the SNAP thing? It makes my God, the SNAP thing really makes me mad. It really makes me angry. It's one of those infuriating things that the president just decided, yeah, just whatever, people can go hungry. Whatever. Yeah, it's frustrating. People should not be going hungry, no matter what. And that is used as a chip in a political struggle that people's just Twitch. I also stream on Twitch, and I have a White Forest page. So I stream on YouTube and Twitch, and I have a White Forest page. Like, I have a page, lucyhaza.org/live, where I receive my donations. That's the place that I depend on for donations. Oh, House Tactics Ogre. I should get it at some point. We should be playing that on stream as well at some point. Should be playing that as well. I can only do YouTube. Okay, that's fine. You're helping me to become a you're helping me to grow from a micro streamer to a small streamer, which I don't know. My dream is to have like 50 concurrent at a given stream. I've been good. Took a break for studying. That's good. That's good. But yes. The dream is to have 50 concurrent on any given stream. My goal, my little secret, what do you call it? Ambition. If that makes sense. Is it? Oh, you pinged me. After last minute appeal, attempt appellate court rules from Vance. Oh, let me see. Actually, I wanna. Is this? I wanna see this. Let's see. There's been an update. After last minute appeal attempt, appellate court rules Trump Vance administration cannot hold the release of full SNAP benefits by tonight. Yes, yes, yes. Get him. Is Trump gonna violate this one as well? Is Trump Vance admin going to just continue violating court orders? We're gonna have to see. After the Trump-Vance administration's lack of compliance with the U.S. District Court Judge McConnell Jr.'s orders to release November Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, benefits at last-minute appeal and request for a stay by the government, the First Circuit Court of Appeals tonight preliminarily decided not to halt the flow of food assistance despite the administration's request to do so. I just cannot stress enough how anti-people this administration is. Please, please, please let us starve the citizens of the United States. Please, court, please let us not give people food stamps. This case was brought by cities, unions, nonprofits, and a retailer because the administration tried to unlawfully freeze food assistance during a shutdown, but they engineered cutting off essential support from 42 million people in America. 42 million people without food. It's just 42 million is like, it's like a population of an entire country. That's more than the population of Poland currently. So that would mean that every single Polish people will go hungry. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous to think about. It's crazy. Insane. To just decide we should freeze aid for 42 million people. Yeah, I feel so too. The U.S. District Court for the District of Rhode Island has twice ordered the administration to deliver SNAP payments promptly, and most recently to make full November payments, including by using contingency funds. The Courts of Appeals tonight denied the government's request for an administrative stay. Even with this decision, the government has tonight filed a stay application with the U.S. Supreme Court by 9:30 ET. The Trump-Vance administration continues to attempt over and over to take food out of the hands of families, seniors, workers, and children. And every time they tried, the courts told them what the law already makes clear. They cannot. Even though Vance tried this whole song and dance about wanting to comply with the law, that's nonsense. That's a total lie. Said Sky Perryman, President and CEO of Democracy Forward, American families should not be used as political props in a shutdown that this White House manufactured. Even as the administration attempts again for an appeal to the Supreme Court to deprive people of nutrition, we will continue to meet them with effective legal action and secure benefits for the American people. This is insane. I just cannot stress this enough. This is insane that the government is fighting tooth and nail, just fighting. Just get that food away from people. Just God. I cannot get more pissed about this. You just cannot. This is the government of the United States is actively trying to starve its population. I just make America great again. Titan runs. Even with benefits, over 13% of American households are food insecure, meaning they have difficulty getting enough food for all family members, and 5% have at least occasional lack of nutrition. That is just ridiculous. That should not be happening. That should not be happening at all. It should not be that should not be a thing. That is the most ridiculous thing. Now just rob people of the benefits. The fact that even with the full benefits, 13% of households are food insecure, and that 5% have at least occasional lack of nutrition, that is just ridiculous. The richest country in the world. Sure. Great. Democracy Forward and the Lawyer Committee for Rhode Island represent a broad coalition that has fought for this urgent relief in Rhode Island State Council of Churches. Rolling, including municipalities, City of Albuquerque, New Mexico, City of Baltimore, Maryland City, Baltimore, Maryland, City of Central Falls, Rhode Island, City of Columbus, Ohio, City of Durham, North Carolina, City of New Haven, Connecticut, City of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, City of Providence, Rhode Island, charitable and faith-based nonprofit organizations, Rhode Island, State Council of Churches, and you know, and so on and so forth. It's just evil. It is just evil. Evil incarnate. You just cannot describe it in any other way. It's just messed up. Thank you for this update, by the way. I think it was a necessary one. I think that was just I think that was a good one. The fact that we went and did an update straight away on this. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, whatever. I think we've done a pretty healthy segment on the Snap thing. I really wanted to talk about Snap because this is just ridiculous. It's a really let them eat cake moment. Should just not be happening. I honestly did not think that we'd be at this moment. We'd be witnessing an American government actively fighting with all means possible to deprive people of food assistance. It feels like a parody in itself. Feels like I don't know. It feels like something out of the parody, to be quite honest. But, you know, it is reality, unfortunately. It is no parody. It's very much reality. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna warn you. If the stream dies all of a sudden, if the stream stops, that means that the electricity went out, and I don't really have a battery here to hook up. So if the stream just abruptly ends, that means the electricity went out. I'm not saying it'll happen. I'm not saying that it's a foregone conclusion, but there is always it could happen. Just warning in advance for nobody to be shocked if the stream just suddenly collapses into nothingness. There are pretty bizarre schedules now for blackouts. So, I mean, we're out of danger. We're not in air sirens anymore for tonight, I think. Nothing else is gonna happen tonight, it seems. I think it's over for tonight, unless there's just gonna send a bunch of drones later tonight, but I kind of doubt it. I kind of doubt that anything's gonna happen tonight. So I think we're in the clear. But there are still blackouts, scheduled blackouts for electricity. So if one happens tonight, I'm just warning. Okay, let's watch Russian Media Monitor. They always have some really fun videos. Vladimir Solovyov accuses his team of sabotage. What? Russians may face fines or jail time for celebrating Halloween. Oh boy. Well, we're gonna watch that one. Okay, one moment, I'll be right back. Russians might face jail time for celebrating Halloween. Yep, that's Russia, alright. That sounds about on brand. Jailing people for celebrating Halloween sounds very on brand for Russia. No, I'm gonna write Pikalik Alpaca. I'm gonna go do something real quick, and then we're gonna watch the Russian Media Monitor. One moment, I'll be right back. Oh, here I go. Oh, Lucy, have you seen the news of that Russian opposition guy working for the FSB in Poland? I'm not sure. Can you link? One moment, I'll be right back. Yeah, please do. We'll check it out. We'll check it out. How's everybody doing? How is everybody? All right, let's continue. Misread, it's Russian spy working for the FSB, funneling info about member of the opposition in exile. Okay. We're gonna look into it, but first we're gonna watch the Russian Media Monitor. That's always fun. That's always fun to watch. How long has we been at this stream? True that. 2 hours, 20 minutes. Because I'm trying to time this, like the segments and stuff, because I have some chores to do after the stream, so I have to time my. I have some laundry to do. I have some cleaning to do. I have to balance. I have to balance my responsibilities. Yes. And many things. All right, let's watch it. Let us watch the Russian Media Monitor. I want to see why people should go to jail for celebrating Halloween. That's just Russia is a state of mind. There's this whole saying, Russia is a state of mind. And I feel like this just applies more than anything. If you're celebrating Halloween, you're dressed up as a ghost, you're going to jail, buddy. You're gonna go to jail, Buster. It's Satanist. Like, there's probably gonna be unironically the argument, isn't it? Without a shred of irony, that's gonna be the argument. It's satanic. It's Satan. Spawns of Satan on the West. I'm calling it now. I'm just gonna. You'll see. You'll see. I'm correct.
Догнать
To catch up and overtake.
и перегнать. Трамп отдал...
Trump gave an order about testing nuclear weapons. Wait, what does that have to do with Halloween? What does testing nuclear weapons have to do with going to jail for celebrating Halloween? That's a weird start. It is a very bizarre start.
Дал приказ об испытаниях ядерного оружия. Смогут...
Can Americans create another news? Halloween is evil.
ли американцы создать аналог наших буревестников
Equivalents to our Burevestnik and Poseidon. Jesus.
и Посейдона.
У нас больше
We have more nuclear weapons than anybody.
ядерного оружия, чем у кого-либо.
Как страшно
How scary is it to live?
жить. Россиянам может...
How scary it is to live? What? Russians may face fines or even 15 jails and 15 jails and days. Russians may face fines or even 15 days in jail
грозить штраф или даже 15 суток
for
за
celebrating Halloween.
празднование Хэллоуина. Что станет
What would be the cause for an arrest?
поводом для ареста?
They're gonna arrest kids. They're gonna arrest kids for celebrating Halloween, I swear.
Аукцион.
An auction on unbelievable generosity. Okay, can we get to the point? There we go. I wanna hear the Halloween crap.
Национализированные активы.
Иван Сергеевич в
In our info segment, Ivan Sergeyevich will congratulate
информационном блоке поздравит всех
everyone
с
with the upcoming Halloween.
приближающимся Хэллоуином и разъяснит, что вообще
Explain that it's nothing worthy of congratulations. Oh. Who congratulates people on Halloween? People just have a bit of fun. Nobody congratulates people on Halloween. What a weird ass This is so weird. Whoever congratulates people on how congratulations, it's Halloween.
Поздравлять тут не с чем и отмечать нечем.
And it's not something to celebrate.
Правильно?
Поздравляйте, Андрей Владимирович.
Yeah, celebration is evil. Celebration is Satan. Celebration is the devil. If you're happy, then you might not want to die for the Russian state. And that's bad. If you figure that life might be pleasant in any sense of the word, then you might not just be able, you might be less willing to sacrifice yourself in some war somewhere.
Точно не
Andrei Vladimirovich,
буду, но тема действительно
I certainly won't be congratulating them.
пугающая со всех сторон, потому что
But this is a frightening topic from every standpoint.
праздник Хэллоуин, как мы знаем, во всем мире
Because Halloween is a traditionally celebrated.
традиционно отмечается
Because Halloween is traditionally celebrated
и отмечается довольно
all over the world and quite widely.
широко. А вот в России
As we know,
любители страшных костюмов,
in Russia we also have fans of scary costumes.
опять же, как мы знаем, тоже имеются.
So what's the problem? What is the problem exactly? What is the evil of Halloween? We're gonna hear in a moment. Titan Uranus says, I went to brush my teeth. We're having satanic panic now? Yes. It is satanic panic hour. We're gonna discuss why Halloween is evil. Why you can get arrested in Russia for celebrating Halloween, which is okay. It's peak Russia to arrest people for celebrating Halloween, I feel like.
Но внезапно
Suddenly information came out that you could end up
появилась информация, что за празднование Хэллоуина
being prosecuted for celebrating Halloween. Russia.
это может получиться целое подсудное дело. Штраф до
A fine up to 2,000 rubles or even 15 days in prison.
2000 рублей или даже 15
Oh, hello, lady dressed up as a nurse. I guess you're going to jail. I guess you're going to jail. Incub says Halloween is a Christian holiday. Are they stupid? The answer is yes. Also, is it an Orthodox Christian holiday?
суток. Давайте разбираться.
Let's figure it out.
Празднующим нужно помнить,
Those who celebrate should remember that in July,
что в июле этого года
the international movement of Satanists. I knew it. Oh my god, I called it. It was so obvious. It was so obvious.
Международное движение сатанистов было
Was classified as extremist.
признано экстремистским.
Therefore, propaganda of
Стало
Satanism
быть, пропаганда сатанизма становится под суд.
becomes a matter for the courts. Yeah, because we all know that, as we all know, Halloween is the promotion of Satanism. This okay, satanic panic.
Судным делом. И вот за эту
For this propaganda,
пропаганду как раз празднующих
those who celebrate Halloween can be prosecuted.
Хэллоуин могут и привлечь. Но получается, что если исключить
Therefore, by excluding costumes of the devil, what are costumes of the devil? That is so vague. What would count as the costumes of the devil?
всяческие костюмы дьявола, всевозможные какие-то там
All
козлиные
sorts of
головы,
goats, heads, and other demonic stuff. This is, my God, this is so pathetic. Samhain is not Christian. They just changed the name, says Titan Uranus. I mean, admittedly, Christianity has co-opted a lot of things that were not Christian initially. So Christmas, I'm pretty sure, is a co-opted holiday with the tree, etc.
еще всякую бесовскую историю, то тогда получается, что
We can then celebrate and the law doesn't forbid it.
праздновать можно, и закон это не запрещает.
Oh yeah, unless you're deemed a Satanist.
Но в этом году
Something unheard of happened this year. What happened? Will tell us. You shoot. What happened?
случилось невиданное. У россиян, если
If we are to believe the statistics of the stores, so many Satan costumes were bought.
опять же верить статистике магазинов, резко
The demand by the Russians for all kinds of costumes
упал спрос на всевозможные костюмы.
and other Halloween attributes has fallen sharply. I wonder if it has anything to do, with the economy. I wonder. Just throwing out questions into the ether. It probably has nothing to do. I'm sure that the purchasing power of the Russians are just unaffected by the war, right? The economy is doing fine, and so people have all the spare income to just go and buy some costumes. I'm sure there's no relation. I'm sure it's just because people just started hating Halloween spontaneously.
Атрибутику к Хэллоуину. Эксперты
Experts tie the falling demand
связывают снижение спроса на хэллоуинскую
for the Halloween symbol
символику
with the increase of patriotism in our people. Or how about this? The economy is in the shitter and people just don't have the disposable income to just willy-nilly buy new costumes. How's that for an explanation? Does my explanation sound any reasonable? Am I sounding reasonable? Please tell me in the comments. Please tell me in the chat.
с ростом патриотизма у наших людей.
But everything may be a lot more banal.
Но все может быть банальнее. Покупка костюма делана
Buying a costume is there you go. Even they say it. Buying a costume is expensive.
накладная
And our economy is in the shitter.
и в среднем обходится
And costs several thousand rubles on average.
в несколько тысяч рублей расходы с каждым годом.
While expenditures grow every year. Yeah, there you go. Russia is sort of kind of begrudgingly admitting that their economy is in the shitter and they cannot afford the costumes. That's why the sharp decline.
Растут. Ведущие
Today, leading American publications concur. What do they concur?
американские издания сегодня сходятся в понимании, что гонка
In their understanding
вооружений между сверхдержавами
that the arms race between superpowers
выходит на новый
is
уровень.
reaching a new level. Okay, are we done with the... Isn't this supposed to be about Halloween? I guess the Halloween bit is over.
Ну, собственно, понимание
This understanding was
это
reached
пришло после прямого указания Дональда Трампа
Mr. Donald Trump's director. Okay, that's enough. That's not related to Halloween. So there we go. The lesson learned is that Halloween is evil. If you wear a costume that is deemed satanic, then you'll go to jail. People don't buy costumes because they're super hyper patriots, and it has nothing to do with the horrible state of the Russian economy. So there you go. Nothing to do with the economy at all. Everything's fine in Russia. Everything is fine in Mother Russia. There's no need to panic. There's no need to be alarmed. Oh my God. Someone had a debate about Snap with Joe Brown. Okay, I want to watch this. After the segment about Snap, I really want to watch this. Why is he so okay with hungry kids? Please tell me that this is a debate about Snap. Please tell me that this is it. We're gonna hear some person tell arguments about why cutting Snap is good. Oh, this is gonna be a delight, isn't it? This is gonna be a treat. After the lengthy segment we've done on Snap. Okay, oh Snap. There are idiots that actually think it's good for people to starve. Okay, here we go. Here we go. UCC Politics Global again. More Snap news. Yeah? Can you link? Oh, okay. We're not gonna do the debate yet then. This is gonna be a long segment to edit. the Snap thing. But you know what? I don't mind this being a Snap centric stream. I honestly don't. Trump appeals to Supreme Court after losing bid to halt Snap. This is so pathetic. I swear to God, this is so pathetic. What a pathetic ongoing farce this is. Live updates. Brilliant. Thank you, Titan, for this live update. Breaking news. We're gonna change the title, actually. We're not watching a debate. Breaking. Snap appeal to Supreme Court. There you go. Oh, snap. We're going hungry tonight. Supreme meme. I wrote Supreme Meme Court. The Supreme Meme Court. Maybe some people will come to watch the Supreme Meme News. Incup says 10% of America is on Snap and like 50% of American will be on Snap at some point in their life. It's a really useful program that will hurt. This will hurt a lot. Yeah, I know. I've been doing a very long segment tonight on Snap and let's just say that I've been airing my frustration, airing my rage at the fact that the Trump administration seemed to just hate people so much. Trump administration live updates. President appeals to Supreme Court after losing bid to curtail food stamp aid. There you go. A federal appeals court on Friday denied a last-minute attempt by the Trump administration to halt food stamp funding during the federal shutdown, which is a thing that we've covered. We've covered every step of the way tonight of the SNAP fiasco, prompting the government almost immediately to challenge that decision at the Supreme Court. Some states, including New York, Kansas, Pennsylvania, and Oregon, had already said that they were preparing to send food stamp benefits to restart the critical aid program, even as a legal battle with the White House remained unresolved. The White House is fighting to keep people hungry. It's just they're fighting for it. Shutdown negotiations. Democrats in the Senate offered a proposal to end the shutdown if their Republican counterparts agreed to extend health insurance subsidies for 1 year. The plan is almost certainly dead on arrival because of Republican opposition, but it is still a major move by Democrats who cut back on their demands to make the subsidies permanent and repeal Medicaid cuts. There you go. Cornell University reached an agreement with the administration to restore hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funding to the university. So I'm looking forward to the Supreme Court decision. I guess that's where we are at. We just have to wait for the Supreme Court decision now, which I'm not sure if I should be hopeful about that. Oh, thanks for correcting my bad grammar. I don't know. It just happens. I sometimes write horrid grammar stuff. Well, breaking news is what I do. Drives next Saturday nuts. Oh, well, I'm the opposite. I'm really happy to receive some breaking news to be able to just put it out there, you know? Especially when it's about topic that I care about, and I do care about the snap topic. So if you get any more breaking news, I'm going to definitely incorporate it. Definitely going to take it and incorporate it. So thank you in advance. Like, how long will it take for the Supreme Court to make a ruling on this? Do you know? How long does that take for that appeal to be processed? Do you know? Hey, we can watch the debate now. As I wait for your response. Now I have to change the title again. Edit. Watching a debate about children starving, I guess. I can guess which way the Scottish will go on this. Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know. I'm a pessimist, I guess. I suspect they'll just refuse to hear it and then appeal Curry's decision will stand. Yeah, that's just God. What a nightmare of a timeline we live in. Because they want to be seen as the villains. Yeah. You know, or they could just show a backbone and they could just say, no, you have to pay, you have to give the benefits. Like, I feel like this really is a test for who really is pro-America and who's not. I really feel that this is a big test on actual, tangible principles when it comes to making America great again and making Americans' lives less miserable. Miami Mayor says, I believe that the Supreme Court is currently doing a hearing on trans tariffs, so it might be a bit. Oh yeah, oh my God, I hope to God that the Supreme Court will shut down the tariffs. I swear to God. Because, my God, we are living in interesting times, unfortunately. Unfortunate as it is, we are living in interesting times.
We're going to bring up John. Now, John doesn't seem to think Trump is a fascist and that
Oh, it is going to be about Snap. I'm changing the title again.
the MAGA movement is fascist. John will be wrong, and we'll find out about that. John, welcome to the show. If you could, please provide your age and pronouns, please.
I'm willing to bet that John's gonna be like, oh, I have no pronouns. How dare you attack me with pronouns? Pronouns are fake. Pronouns are fake news. And I hate fake news. Pronouns are not real.
27 and not.
What was that? Oh God, horrible mic.
And what? John, you need to back up from the mic a little bit. You're peaking. So if you could just take a step back for me.
20 out of home.
What?
John, I've
Oh God, it's one of those characters.
no idea what you just said. If you're connected to Wi-Fi, it would maybe like. Okay, if you're connected to Wi-Fi, it would maybe disconnect because you're breaking up, so we can't really understand you on our end.
I said, and my pronouns are.
What a start. What a start to this clown show.
Not gay.
Not gay. Pronouns are not gay. Well, my pronouns are super gay. My pronouns are ultra gay. So, there you go. My pronouns are super gay.
Your pronouns are not /gay.
Of course.
Yep.
This is John. Not went to the store yesterday. That's how I would say that sentence.
Yeah. Yes.
And then I would say, this is John. Gay ate dinner last night.
Yep. Yep.
This is John.
Not gay ate dinner last night.
Well, no, pronouns would be one word. Pronouns are one
Eat
word.
pussy,
So
not dick.
you what?
So hey, I'm just wondering, man. What do you guys think of MAGA's fascist when he took away your guys'
Oh my god. Fix your mic, dude. Fix your mic. Jesus did not need pronouns, so neither do I. I'm pretty sure that pronouns are very much a thing in Hebrew. So Jesus, unfortunately, very much also did need pronouns because, you know. I can't think of any languages that have absolutely no pronouns at all.
food stamps and everything else.
Well, he didn't.
Like, I
take
want to
away-
know that fascism. Like
He-
fascism.
so-
Oh my god, the microphone. I just cannot. I cannot bear with this. There's no wonder that this is just 11 minutes long. This just hurts my ears. I'm gonna be honest.
is actually taking
John,
money from people that
John,
work and then giving it to a bunch of
John.
people that
I have
don't.
no impulse control on John, and John has no control. John is unstoppable. John is just all over the place and just crashing out the mic in his righteous fury about I don't know, gays.
John, food stamps have not
Oh,
gone
see,
away.
you always get mad.
John,
Don't be mad.
John, who's mad?
All
What
your
are you,
chat.
John,
I'll
what are
run
you
up the
talking?
food beds.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you, John, because I don't know if you're just here to talk, but this is a debate show. That means we talk to each other. Now, he didn't take food stamps away because a judge just determined they have to provide food stamps for the next month.
Yeah, and Trump decided that he wants to violate that court order. We've just last minute appeal rejected, and now to Supreme Court. Just ridiculous how hard the government is fighting to deprive people of food. But we are where we are. We're in hell, effectively.
So food stamps are still here right now, John. I don't know if you.
Well, they're not. They're not. I guess they're in the limbo. Food stamps are in a limbo. I spent an hour on a call-in show on my phone and sounded better than that. Yeah, I just, what are people thinking? This crap, just painful to listen to. If I were, maybe I'm a horrible host, but if somebody would call into my thing, a hostile, it'd be different if there was like a friendly person and I would be able to talk to them. But if a hostile dude just called in with such a microphone, I would just end the call because it's just painful to listen to. The first fascists would have left the audio, true.
Keep up with the news, or you get all your information from X or wherever, Facebook maybe. But food stamps aren't gone, John. I don't know if you know that. I'm going to unmute you, but this is a conversation, not an opportunity for you to soapbox. I hope you understand this.
Nice.
Now, are you ready to have an
Well,
actual
food stamps
conversation,
come back
John?
with a judge. Yeah, a judge just can't order and do whatever they want. Like that's
Yes,
all
they
null and void.
can. It's called injunctions, and federal judges can still place them on certain things, such as ordering Trump's administration to continue paying food stamps during the shutdown. This is completely legal and has been determined, John.
Oh no, they already said they ain't gonna do it. So we're just not gonna listen.
Okay, so you're okay with Donald Trump removing food out of children's mouths. Interesting.
Yes.
Not just children, by the way. Adults, elderly, everybody's 42 million people. A lot of them are children, but a lot of them are just other types of. Also, what a crazy thing to say. Yes, I'm fine with food being taken away from children's mouths. Hello, Greater Ain't. I'm just raging about Snap all night tonight, it seems. I'm just raging about Snap. It's just crazy. It's insane.
Why?
Because I pay a lot of taxes and I don't care. Like, it's not my problem to feed your kids.
Fuck me. I pay taxes, so I don't care if children starve in this country. This person is just awful. Just an awful human being. Well, that is how the law works. That is true, Titan. Jesus Christ. What a monstrous dude.
How much of your individual
You guys are the truth.
how much of your individual
Why are you guys
tax
obsessed? Why are you?
Oh my god. This is just some insane rambling idiot just called in and just crashes out the mic. Greater and says, Lucy, I want you to know that you matter, your channel matters, and you are appreciated. Thank you very much. It is a very nice compliment, and I thank you. I accept your compliment. Thank you very much. Boom. You did not see that coming, did you? You did not see this coming, this development. Yeah, well, I did not see that coming either, but you know, things change. If they just don't follow a judge's order, they will be held in contempt. Yeah, just checks and balances mean nothing to these people. Just they don't mean nothing. They're willing to break every law in the book as long as they can see people starve, because you know, make America great again. Am I right? Which can lead to incarceration. True, it should. God, I hope it does. Well, we'll see what the decision of the Supreme Court will be. I guess we still have to wait for that, right? Still have to wait for the Supreme Court thing. Does your heart accept the compliment? Right now it does, kind of. Right now it does. I'm in a mode to accept it, I think, yeah. At this moment in time, I'm pretty receptive, I think. Oh, Titan says, oh, this person has followed the libertarian Kool-Aid, like the taste so drank the hope. Yeah. This is just ridiculous. This is just stupid. This is just, I don't even, to entertain such idiocy to me is just ridiculous. This is what we were talking about earlier. I can never have kids. I have no problem providing for the general well-being of kids through my taxes because that's good for everybody, including me. Yeah, exactly. I find this so ridiculous. Whatever. Make America great again.
God damn, John. John, I have to be so honest. If you continue to interrupt, John, if you continue to interrupt, you're not going to have a good.
What the hell is happening? Why do these people call in? Why do they think that they sound good? Why do they think, like, he just sounds like a spastic lunatic calling in, crashing out the mic, and just rambling. It is not a good look. Any way you slice it. It just looks insane.
Good time here. I got to tell you that.
Oh, I'm not gonna have a good time here. What do you get?
I did not understand a thing you said.
Gonna do, you faggot?
You faggot. What are you gonna do, you faggot?
Okay, so John, you're muted again. We don't use slurs, so this will be your one and only warning. Okay, I don't really give a shit what you call me, but we don't use slurs on the stream. So this is your one and only warning. If you slur again, I'm just going to drop you. If you're too afraid to have the conversation, So instead of having it, you want to interrupt and drop slurs because you're too chicken shit for the actual conversation, then just say that and I will move on now instead of wasting my time. Are you chicken shit, John, or do you actually want to have the conversation?
He does not want to have the conversation. This video is 11 minutes long, so yeah, there's not going to be a debate. That these people are just...
Yeah, let's have a conversation. What's fascist about
Great.
taking away your guys' free stuff?
Great. So again, how much of your individual tax contribution goes to SNAP benefits, John?
Enough for me to complain about
Oh, shit. I mean, at least, I don't know, 40 grand a year?
You think you personally spend 40 grand a year
Yeah, I
paying for
literally,
SNAP benefits?
yeah, I literally own a business. Yep, I've had to write checks for $45,000.
I don't believe that this person has a successful business. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe like that an idiot like that has a successful business. Like, coloring me skeptical, but I just kind of don't see it. Lucy, can I ask for a reward for I've been on the best behavior today? Yes. What sort of reward would you like?
For
You guys
SNAP,
don't even pay taxes. Anybody that
for
gets a tax
SNAP
return,
benefit.
you guys have never even kept one pothole fixed. You guys don't even pay taxes.
You don't know
Anybody
how
who gets a tax
taxes work.
return, you're basically like a little kid.
You don't
It's like
know
a little
how
kid. They're
taxes
giving your parents are giving you your allowance back.
You don't know
That's
how
all it is.
John, you don't know how taxes work.
Yeah, I do know how taxes work. I paid more taxes than you. What are you talking about?
That doesn't you paying them doesn't mean you know how they work. What's
Well,
a
I know I
tax?
pay more than everybody else.
What
more
is
than,
it?
More than
Is the 40K fight for tariffs? Yes. So what a cool dude.
What is
anybody
a
watching the show right now.
what is a tax return, John? What is a refund? When you get a refund, what is it?
You're literally basically getting 90% of all the taxes you paid them for the year back. Anybody
No.
that makes under a certain amount, you
What?
literally, you don't pay any. That's why you get a tax return. That's why
Incorrect.
idiots who don't work all year long, they still get $3 grand per kid and everything else. I know
Incorrect.
people that get $3 grand per kid every year, and they didn't make
Fuck me.
any money. So it's like,
Jesus Christ.
who's
Okay,
paying-
we're gonna mute you. You're a fucking idiot. God damn, you're stupid. A tax refund is because you overpaid. You paid more than you were supposed to. So they refund you
The difference.
the money that you overpaid.
Yeah.
You stupid fuck.
Wow. This is incredible.
John, I understand if stupidity runs in your family. I get it. I get it. Now, stupidity doesn't run in mine the same way it runs in yours because I know what a fucking refund is. Now, you're telling me you pay $40,000 a year. Now, this would not be your personal taxes. This is your business taxes. So I said, what of your individual tax contribution goes towards SNAP? It's not-
Air sirens. I spoke too soon. We're back in air siren mode. Kyiv is in danger again. Danger zone again. What are we in danger of? Oh. Kyiv, an enemy UAV is on the outskirts of the city. Stay in shelters. Drones, in other words. Drones. Spoke too soon. I said that Russia might still send drones tonight. It seems I was right. We'll see if any drones reach the city. Yep. We're in drone territory right now. I'm gonna see if we hear any explosions tonight. So what's the reward? Raider, what's the reward?
Not $40,000 a year. That's your business tax. That's not your money. That's your business's money, because corporations are separate individuals from the people that own them. Same with like LLCs and stuff. So that's your business's money. That's not your money. So I asked, what of your personal tax contributions go towards SNAP benefits? Can you answer that question, yes or no?
Oh, all of it. Where do you think my $40,000 go? How come at the end of the year, how come I have to pay taxes and all you guys are getting returns?
God damn.
You see how that works?
You're a
Oh my god. The illiteracy of this guy.
And
fucking
no,
moron.
returns are not overpayment.
Refunds are overpayments.
Okay, then
yes, they
answer that.
are.
No, they're not.
Yes, they
No,
are.
Okay, can my reward be that you play a game of my choosing next stream? Yes, absolutely. Or you could end the stream on a game. Yeah, I could. I have a debate tomorrow, so I might just do it on tomorrow's stream. I can do it on today's stream. You know, whatever you choose for me to do, I'll do.
I know people
Yes,
who
they
get tax
are.
returns who don't
Yes,
work.
they are.
They get
They're
3 grand for 6, they're
overpayments.
fine.
You do not get the
Your-
child
guess what?
tax
Your guys'
credit if you
breadcrumbs
don't.
are go-
You fucking idiot. You don't get the child tax credit if you don't have tax revenue to get credited for. It's a credit. It's saying that, hey, based on what you paid, we're going to credit you back this amount. You cannot access the child tax credit if you have no taxable income, because there's nothing to credit back. It's a credit. You get it back. You moron. You stupid fuck. You're the dumbest person I've talked to today. And I've talked to so many stupid people. You can't get a tax credit if you don't have tax revenue.
Go get a
Fuckhead.
job. Go get a job.
What do you think I'm doing right now? My job is
Go
making
get
people
a
like you
job.
look stupid, John. That's my
Oh, I don't think Joven has to make him look like an idiot. I think the prison is doing a fine job themselves, or I don't know, gay self.
job. I pay my
Go
taxes
get a
every year.
job.
My job, in fact, I think my
Go
quarterly
get
taxes
a
are coming up
job.
due here soon. My taxes are making people like you look like absolute fucking morons. And it works every time because you don't even know how taxes work.
Bye-bye to EBT, everybody. Have fun at the food banks, guys.
Wow. Oh my God. That was amazing. Do you have anything intelligent to say, John, or no? Are you incapable of that?
No, that I.
No,
I'm just
you don't have
loving
anything
it. I'm
intelligent?
loving it.
No.
Okay, see you then. I'll just put you on mute, John. I don't give a fuck. John, you act like you make something. You just put you on. Oh, he hung up. Oh, scaredy pants, John. Like, I don't fucking care, bro. Fuck, they don't know how taxes work. They don't know how fucking any of this shit works, dude. My God.
Ay.
Bro, you can't. Dude, he literally said, I love starving kids.
Yeah. That is pretty depressing, isn't it? I'm gonna watch this after stream. So yeah. There we go. How's everybody doing right now? Any thoughts? Any thoughts? What's been happening? Let's say I'm getting you a game to play right now. Wait, you're getting me a game? Isn't you're gifting me a game to play? I have to download or you buy it. Okay. But I might have to do it tomorrow then. Because I cannot use PayPal to buy games. Remember, I have to transfer it to my account and then I can buy it. What's the game? What's the game? Is it Sons of the Forest? I'm still smiling at the economic expert who doesn't understand how taxes work. Yeah, I know. You know, he has a business, you know. He is a thriving. Just listening to the air siren. Drones. Let me see on X if anybody's saying anything on the situation with the drones. Are we in any real danger, or if this is just, you know, a nothing burger? Kyiv. Gosh. Those who urge to cut arms to play for Ukraine, what is this? Whatever. Newest. So far this evening, 5 Russian Kinzhal missiles and 3 Caliber cruise missiles have struck the Kyiv region. Oh, I was not aware of that. I was not aware of that. Air raids started in Kyiv. Okay. Oh, so what's the game? Wait, what's the game? What game are you? Well, what is the game then? What are we discussing? Oh yeah, I have to. Breaking news. This is interesting. This is gonna be another breaking news. I'm gonna change the title again. Polish minister stripped of immunity. That's the headline. Hold on, I have to do something real quick before we start talking about this segment. There is a thing that I have to do real quick, okay? I'm gonna be right. I have to go to the toilet, kind of, sort of. What is woo? Hi, I'm trying to sleep. Hope you're well. I'm doing pretty well. Welcome to the stream, Glitch Master. Welcome to the stream. Let me check. Woo. We could play the demo for free. You should like those types of platforming games. Okay, we can play it. We can actually play the demo right away. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Consider donating or subscribing because I kind of ran out of money for food and such. So I'm starving in Kyiv. I'll be right back. Sorry, I had to set up the laundry. Whew. Okay, I'm done. Kind of, with one chore. Yes. $30. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you for the $30 when I went out to set up the laundry in the laundry machine. I worked 12 hours today. I suppose I can spare half my wage for all your hard work. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you. I highly appreciate it. Thank you. I have to, do I have $5 on the, yeah, let me see. Newest, that's, I'm watching, oh yeah. Emergency power outages in Kyiv and regions due to Russian, oh God, this stream might end at any moment. I'm just gonna tell it now. The stream might end at any moment due to the Russian attack. If the stream ends abruptly, it means that the electricity died. Oh, so far it hasn't, so maybe it won't. We'll see. Apparently it's not great. Yeah, I'm looking at the game. The game's 22 złotys. 22 złotys, which is actually a little bit above $5 in Polish, but it's a cheap game. But I need to transfer some money to my bank account because I cannot use PayPal to buy games. PayPal has blocked that. PayPal has blocked that for. PayPal has blocked that for Steam. Just so it's clear, it's not my. It's just not something that I made up. So it's clear. Can you play the demo? Yeah, we can play the demo tonight. And then I play the full game. We can play the demo. I'll actually install it now. Where's the demo? I saw the demo. I swear I saw the demo. And now I don't see it anymore. Where's the demo? I swear I've seen the demo just a second ago. What's in my card? Oh, wow. This War of Mine has a big discount as well. Yes. Yes. Where's the demo? Oh, download demo. There you go. There's an option here. Oh, what a small game. Cool. Okay, it's installing now. Yeah. Okay. Polish MP strip ex-justice minister's immunity, paving way for criminal charges because, you know, we used to have this really crooked administration in charge and they broke a bunch of laws, and that includes the former Minister of Justice. And Polish MPs on Friday voted to strip a former justice minister of his immunity so he can face prosecution in the highest profile case so far against politicians from the former hard-right government who are accused of slew of abuses in power. More to follow. And more has followed since. And we're gonna talk about it. Donald Tusk says accountability finally taking hold as MPs strip ex-justice ministers' immunity. Polls are finally seeing accountability take effect after a long and winding road. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk has said after MPs voted to strip a former justice minister of his immunity, allowing prosecutors to press criminal charges. Right? His name is Ziobro, Zbigniew Ziobro. That is the former Minister of Justice of Poland. On Friday, MPs voted to remove the immunity of Zbigniew Ziobro, a former justice minister in the right-wing Law and Justice, marking the most high-profile case yet targeting figures from the previous administration. And trust me, that was a very, very crooked administration. It's horribly crooked. The scandals just go into millions, from spying citizens, from spying political opponents, to crooked visa scandals, to embezzling funds. You name it, you got it from the old government. Trying to undermine democracy, of course, the classic. Prosecutors suspect Ziobro of committing 26 offenses during his tenure as one of the most powerful members of the Law and Justice government, which ruled Poland from 2015 to 2023. MPs voted in a series of 26 separate motions to remove his immunity in relation to each charge. Each charge separately, they needed to remove his immunity. In total, 256 MPs backed the move, 185 opposed, and 6 abstained. In a separate vote, 244 MPs supported a request to allow his possible detention, with 197 against and no abstentions. Investigators accused Ziobro of establishing and leading an organized criminal group that allegedly misused around 150 million zlotys from the Justice Fund, a state program created to help victims of crime. I think, no, it's going to say here. We're going to be reading about the Pegasus spyware. I actually listed it as one of the things that the old government did, spying on citizens and spying on political opponents. Prosecutors say the funds were instead channeled into projects linked to Ziobro's political allies and used to purchase the controversial Israeli Pegasus spyware, later deployed to eavesdrop on Law and Justice's political rivals. Ziobro's opponents claim he created a state within a state, freely dipping into the Justice Fund to buy loyalty and consolidate power. Friday's voting drew swift reactions from across the political spectrum. It is very ironic that just now, the ex-Minister of Justice is actually facing some justice. It's just like, this is very poetic. Finally, these people are getting some well-deserved comeuppance. They thought they were unstoppable. They thought they were on top of the world. They thought they would never lose power, and they thought that they would always be in charge. And they eroded democracy a lot while they were in charge. Tusk, Poland's centrist prime minister, welcomed the vote, saying he felt no desire for revenge, only a need for politicians to be held responsible. I feel no need for revenge or retaliation. What I do have is a strong need for politicians to feel responsible for what they do and to be held accountable, particularly when there is a justified suspicion. And you know what? I feel like that is a perfectly fine thing to say. Like that, I feel like it's fair that politicians should not just be able to embezzle funds, do whatever they want, spy on their political opponents via shady programs from Israel, fund organizations from money that is supposed to help victims of abuse. Maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm just insane. As we see from the prosecutor's motions that they have committed a number of serious offenses, he told journalists. Poles have seen that, though they're owed very was very winding and it took a long time. The process of accountability is becoming a reality, he added. Better for everyone if he returns. Oh yeah, because he left to Hungary, seeking asylum or whatever. He sought asylum. That created a lot of tension between Hungary and Poland. The fact that Ziobro just ran away and sought asylum from justice. Tusk also addressed the speculation that Ziobro may seek political asylum in Hungary, where he has recently traveled and has not returned from, of course. He said Ziobro should face the Polish justice system rather than look for protection abroad. I think it would be better for everyone, including for him, if he appeared before the Polish prosecutor and before the Polish court, Tusk said. Tusk also criticized Hungary's populist Prime Minister Viktor Orbán over comments defending Ziobro. Ziobro, who traveled to Hungary in late October, met Orbán last week, after which the Hungarian leader accused the government in Warsaw of launching a political hunt against top-line justice politicians. It is very bad that Prime Minister Orbán is interfering in such an unwise way in our internal politics, Tusk said. Yeah. Orbán basically launched a whole thing saying that the current government is doing a political witch hunt and that they are here to protect them from Poland. The Polish regime, the evilness of the Polish regime, if you will. Orbán's Fidesz party is in power since 2010, and Poland's Law and Justice share a broadly similar populist and conservative agenda. They did have some disagreements on Ukraine, though. It has not been exactly complete smooth sailing between the two parties, including opposition to what they see as liberal social policies pushed by Brussels. While Law and Justice was in power, the two parties coordinated closely in opposing EU decisions, such as migration rules, which they argued infringed on national sovereignty. The parties diverged after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Yeah, in the infamous speech, Orbán said that Zelensky was his enemy, and even the Law and Justice Party reacted to it by asking, wait, what? What do you mean he's your enemy? He's not your enemy. What the hell? And there were some cracks. Very loud anti-air. Hold on, I'm gonna go to the window and check. Very loud anti-air. I guess there were drones here after all. You can hear some buzzing in the distance. Yeah. That was some loud ass anti-air. I guess there are some drones that got into the city after all. Hold on, I'm gonna check some news regarding that. Air defense in Kyiv shooting down more drones in the outskirts of the capital, which many in the city can hear. Oh yeah, I heard that. I heard it. Definitely heard that. All right, let's continue. Blah, 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 blah. They diverged, but they continue to align on most social issues and portray themselves as defenders of conservative values. Yeah. We will restore the rule of law. Poland's current Minister of Justice, Waldemar Żurek, welcomed the vote lifting Ziobra's immunity. The law is one. The law is one. The law is equal for everyone. So we will follow that law, he said, thanking investigators for a job well done. We will restore the rule of law. We will hold to account all those who broke the law, and that's it. Żurek said prosecutors intend to seek Ziobra's detention if he remains abroad. We have a European arrest warrant. Hungary is in the European Union. Therefore, EU law applies. Żurek, a longtime judge at the Krakow District Court, faced dozens of disciplinary cases when Ziobro oversaw the Justice Ministry due to his opposition to law and justice-backed judicial changes that critics said aimed to undermine the judiciary's independence, which is true, by the way. That was absolutely the intent of the whole thing. That was absolutely the intent. And nobody can deny that. That was the intent. I intend to defend myself. The decision to lift Ziobra's immunity has angered Law and Justice, which now finds itself facing legal scrutiny over a series of controversial changes introduced during its 8 years in power. Law and Justice leader Jarosław Kaczynski, the de facto shadowy ruler of Poland during the Law and Justice days, said he expected the decision to lift Ziobra's immunity, adding, "All those who took part in this will answer for it before a court." Sure they will. Kaczynski is such a nutcase. Reacting to the news, Ziobro dismissed the allegations against him and vowed to defend himself against them. "I intend to defend myself. I intend to use words. I intend to use the truth," Ziobro told the right-wing media channel TV Republika. He also hinted he may not return to Poland immediately, but declined to answer whether he would seek political asylum in Hungary. Speculation that Ziobro could turn to Hungary for protection has intensified because Budapest has already shown it's willing to shelter law and justice figures facing legal trouble in Poland. Ziobro's former deputy Marcin Romanowski applied for and was granted asylum in Hungary last year after fleeing Poland as prosecutors moved to detain him in connection with the same Justice Fund investigation. The decision strained relations between Warsaw and populist right-wing government in Budapest. If found guilty, Ziobro could face up to 25 years in prison. That would mark a long-delayed fulfillment of a pledge made by the Tusk-led ruling coalition, which came to power in late 2023, vowing to hold its nationalist populist predecessors accountable for what it says were years of cronyism and anti-democratic abuses, which all is true. They were, in fact, responsible for all of those things. So yeah, I thought to talk about this because I feel like I got some new viewers that are interested in Polish politics. I'm basically the only person, one of the only people covering Polish politics. I happen to be Polish. I know the scene a little bit, so we've done our Polish segment. A very big one, a very consequential one, I would say. Any questions? Ah, my stomach is hurting me a bit. I might have to cut the stream short and do the things that I wanted to do today, tomorrow. Ah, my stomach hurts. Sound of air defense in Kyiv right now, and a drone flying outside close to my apartment. Currently a blackout too. Still no light or electricity, says some some Twitter user. I have electricity and no drones have flown over this apartment. No blackout. Thank goodness. I fell asleep watching Lucy, sorry. That just means that I relax you. That's good. Sleep is good, no worries. You don't have to worry about a thing. It's good that I keep you relaxed and cozy. All right. Shall we write in the chat if you want me to continue or if I should take a break and continue tomorrow? I will say that my stomach is hurting. Explosions in Kyiv. Yeah, there's been explosions. I heard it. Yeah. But I can do the demo tomorrow or the full game if everything goes well. So like we'll still have tomorrow. Oh, one moment. We'll see. Okay, we can continue, but wow. Yeah, but maybe tomorrow my stomach will not hurt. I'm not sure if I can play a game when my stomach hurts. So we. My apologies. I wanted to do a few more segments as well. Like Gaza correspondent. I wanted to do a thing about this. I want to talk about this. You know? And my tummy feels funny and not in a good way. Not in a good way. Also press like on the stream.
So I just want to start with this. Obviously, we'll turn to tariffs in just a moment, but it was a big day for your party, a big day for Democrats up and down the ballot. Yes.
Okay, we're gonna be I guess we're gonna do a thing about the tariffs as well before I do anything else.
Yesterday, Democrats achieved 2 governorships in New Jersey and Virginia. There was a big vote in your state supporting redistricting.
Very nice microphone work, by the way. Very crisp voice.
What message do you take away from what we saw from voters last evening?
A couple. One, that the status quo is not working for voters. It was very much a referendum on Trump. He wasn't on the ballot, but he was essentially on the ballot. Folks were pushing back against his policies, and it turns out that people like the rule of law, they like democracy, they like the Constitution.
Well, it's also about things like people like to have affordable groceries, people like to have healthcare, people like those, essentials that they need to live. And the thing is that the Trump administration is very much fighting against today with all the appeals against SNAP.
They want hungry people to be fed. There
you go. They want hungry people to be fed. They want basic necessities to be met.
Americans to have affordable health care. They don't want our cities to be militarized, and they don't want tariffs that raise costs. And they don't want ICE as masked agents all over our cities either. So that was, I think, declared loud and clear by the voters who came out. There was, these are broad margins and intense voter blocks here. And I think it bodes well for energy going forward to bring us back to where we need to go. We need to have the rule of law. We need to have rights and freedoms protected. We need the Constitution adhered to. And people are continuing to need help with the cost of living. New York City's new mayor, Mr. Mamdani, made that his key issue. And he's speaking to voters, and there was an intensity behind him. So
there's a renewed sense of actually the Democratic Party addressing people's needs, if that makes sense. There's like having found a messaging that actually is a winning messaging. Have you reacted to Kurtis Sliva's concession speech? No, I have not. Can you link it? Can you link it on the Discord, please?
Big wins across the board, and I think that'll carry on into the months ahead.
Let's turn now to those tariffs and to the Supreme Court and your role as Attorney General of the state of California.
There we go. Now that is the topic that I'm interested in. The tariffs and them being possibly shut down by the court, which would be an amazing thing and would be a pretty big blow to Mr. Donald Trump.
California, you filed a friend of the court brief in this case, and as I understand it, the core of your argument, one that is supported by California's Governor Gavin Newsom, is that the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEEPA, it does not cover the use of tariffs. Am I understanding that correctly?
100% correct. Tariffs are taxes. Congress has the power to tax. It's in Article 1 of the United States Constitution, the statute upon which the president relies.
Basically, the idea is that the president cannot just handle economy on his own. He cannot just decide we're gonna tariff this, tariff that, tariff the other. It's not within the purview of the president to just decide tariffs. And so the court might just shut them down as unconstitutional, which should be hopefully the case.
Lies to impose tariffs of 10% to 145% across nearly all of our trading partners. It doesn't mention the word tariffs once. And in other statutes where the federal government wants to give authority to the president, they mention the word tariffs. They delegate that authority clearly. Also, IEEPA has never been used in nearly 50 years of its existence to impose a tariff by any prior president. So he doesn't have the authority. We think it's very clear. And the U.S. Supreme Court argument today, I think, surfaced those key issues very clearly.
What was your biggest takeaway from hearing those arguments at the court?
That the court has a very strong grasp of understanding of the arguments that I and my fellow states are making. I think they have a lot of resonance. We saw a lot of signs for hope. We will not predict or try to speculate on what the court will do, but the discussion and the questions showed that they have a strong command of our arguments, and there's a lot of, it appeared from my perspective, support and sympathy for those arguments, because
I think the tariffs have just been making things worse for everybody domestically, small companies. It's just it's like it said, it's like it's a tax. Like it's created a situation where a part needed to manufacture something as being going through the border a bunch of times, tariffed a bunch of times, which made it skyrocketed the costs. I'm not even gonna go into the whole argument that Trump has made that he ended 8 wars with tariffs, that due to tariffs, 8 wars have ended, which, first of all, no, it has nothing to do with the tariffs. And second of all, he has not even ended 8 wars. So both of these statements are completely incorrect on him.
A lot of the justices are
By
strong
him.
constitutionalists, textualists, originalists, and the fact that Congress has this power to tax and they didn't clearly delegate it to the president, and the president is using it in a essentially unlimited way to have impose taxes against any country for any amount for any period of time, I think rubbed some of them, many of them, the wrong way. And so we're hopeful. A heavy dose of skepticism was shared with the federal government when they were making their argument. So don't know what the court will do, but
Right.
I think they really had, our arguments really had a lot of traction.
There have, though, been other rulings under a previous statute that said that tariffs are indeed within the president's power to regulate trade. How would you respond to that?
When a statute gives the power to impose tariffs by the president, they say it, and they use the word tariff or other clear language. There's no such clear expression of delegation of tariff authority to the president in IEPA. So IEPA has never been used for imposing tariffs by any president, and that's the
But I think,
statute
though,
at
about
issue.
the precursor to IEPA, which was the Trading with the Enemy Act, which was enacted then during World War I, and that has been brought up in this case.
It has been brought up, and that was not a U.S. Supreme Court case.
Right.
IEPA was a statute that was passed by Congress after the Trading with the Enemy Act, and it was meant to create constraints and restrictions. And every other statute that confers tariff-making authority on the president says it. IEPA did not, and so the prior.
My goodness, I sure hope that the tariffs get shut down, because how can things possibly get any worse
case
in this
of trading with
country?
the enemy
And by this country, I mean that country overseas, the United States.
on the Trading with the Enemy Act does not get the government where they hope to go here with the broad-ranging, unlimited authority to impose tariffs against any country for any amount of time.
This tariff case is one of a number in which you're fighting the Trump administration. If I'm correct, there were 46 lawsuits to be exact. Some of these aimed at accessing federal funds that have been withheld by the Trump administration. There was another suit over the use of the National Guard in the state of California. Some observers might take a look at the number of lawsuits out there and say that you are using the courts as a way to thwart policies that you simply do not agree with politically. What would you say to that?
I think it's interesting that they would draw that conclusion as opposed to saying, wow, the president is really violating the law a lot.
Yeah.
Because that's what's happening. And that's all that we.
And he is. I think today is a prime example of that, with the whole, we're just not going to listen to the court and we're just going to stop people from being able to eat,
look at.
no matter the cost.
It's not partisan. It's a legal question. Is he breaking the law? Did the facts justify our case? Is he hurting our states?
True.
And so we only have one position. If he breaks the law, we sue him. If he doesn't break the law, we don't. He has a lot of authority. He can exercise that authority lawfully. But if he cannot try to advance his agenda unlawfully. So
Yep.
I think the proof is in the pudding.
Simple as.
We've brought 46 cases in 41 weeks, more than one a week. We're winning over 80% of the time, securing temporary restraining orders, preliminary injunctions, permanent final injunctions, and judge.
Also, Trump has a weird history of just, violating these orders. So, I don't know. Feels like I'm not sure where this will go.
In cases. So that means he's breaking the law and that we're right. And we only, look at these cases from a sterile, dispassionate perspective. Is he breaking the law? If the answer is yes, we sue him. And the court's decisions have shown that we're right and that he's breaking the law.
Now, as I take stock of all of these suits, they're really all about the use and limits of presidential power. And the Trump administration is really continuing a trend that we've seen politically for decades of the executive branch claiming these broad powers. Explain to me why this case is different.
This is part of the sort of fringe theory of a unitary executive, that the executive branch has expansive power that is not conferred upon it by the U.S. Constitution. The U.S. Constitution very clearly has 3 co-equal branches of government. It has authority that it vests through Article 1 in Congress, through Article 2 in the President, through Article 3 in the judicial branch. The President has been acting as if he's a king, a monarch, a tyrant, and that
True. I'm just going to use the Insurrection Act and no court can stop me, which is incorrect.
Constitution rejects that fact. And so this tariffs case is an example of the president overreaching, again, trying to seize authority that is not his, trying to take from Congress their authority, trying to trespass on Congress's constitutionally given authority. And so it requires the court to interpret the law and render an order that says, get back in your lane, Mr. President. You do not have the authority here. You're exercising authority that does not belong to you.
Problem is, again, that Trump has a very bad habit of not getting back in his lane. It's a bit of a problem, I would say, with the president. He has trouble getting back in his lane.
It belongs to Congress, and you cannot impose tariffs.
This is a court that we've seen in the past, though, the makeup of this particular court that has seemed inclined to preserve a rather muscular identity of the executive power, a muscular understanding of what that looks like. Do you expect this case to be any different?
I do, based on what I heard in the courtroom today. There's definitely some on the court, not all, but some who believe in a more muscular executive branch. But they also read the Constitution, are going to interpret the Constitution as it should be interpreted, and they can clearly read, like anyone else can, that the Constitution says that Congress has the power to tax, and that tariffs are taxes, and that unless clearly delegated to the president cannot exercise that congressional authority. And they had a lot of discussion today about the plain and unambiguous text, the legislative history, the historical precedent and context, and I think a lot of signs for hope that there's no indication that the president has the authority that he thinks he has.
Before I let you go,
So there are a lot of indications that the tariffs might be, in fact, shut down. Thank God.
I do just want to bring this back to the stakes for American households, for American consumers. If the Supreme Court does indeed uphold President Trump's use of emergency powers to impose these tariffs, what does that mean for everyday people, including in your state?
Devastating. And it's already been devastating to workers, to families, to small businesses, to moms and pops just trying to survive. Costs have gone up.
As I've said.
California is projected to have an economic hit of $25 billion, lose 64,000 jobs. California is the biggest state in the nation, 4th largest economy in the world. We are the largest importer of any state, the 2nd largest exporter, the largest agricultural exporter, the largest manufacturer. We are an outsized economy, and so these tariffs have an
but Trump hates the California.
outsized impact on California. And it's about everyday people who deserve better than to have a president who is breaking the law, making their cost of living higher, and hurting them. And businesses don't have predictability or certainty. This has been a war on Christmas.
Yeah, this just guide.
The shelves will be empty, or the costs will be much higher. And Americans deserve better than a lawless president making their costs higher in a time when they need their costs, and they deserve their costs to be lowered.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Juana.
Okay, we've done this. My stomach really hurts, so I'm gonna finish for today, and we're gonna continue this tomorrow. Okay? I promise you, we will do the topics that I've planned for today. We're gonna do tomorrow. I promise you, and we're gonna play that game tomorrow. I promise you that as well. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna raid you into somebody, and by somebody I mean, oi oi oi, oi oi oi. Probably about 8 p.m. my time, which is 2 p.m. EST. Vegcom? Yeah, I can rate Vegcom. Oh, I'll cover this tomorrow, Zershulix. I promise. Yeah, I'll cover this tomorrow. Okay? I promise to cover this tomorrow. The Polish goat of Great Britain. Also, thank you for your shout out. It kind of seems like it got me some new subscribers and viewers on the VODs. I received a nice comment from your shout down from your shout out. So thanks. Okay, so I guess I'll raid you onto someone, and I'm gonna continue this tomorrow. 2 p.m. EST, 2 p.m. EST, which is 8 p.m. Ukraine Standard Time, which should be 6 p.m. UK time. There you go. I'm gonna raid you to VegCom then. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna see you tomorrow, right? I hope to see you all. Also press like on the stream before I raid you. Good night. I'll cover the Polish goat tomorrow. Bye-bye.